Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How we doing today, everybody? Turn this down. All right. Oh, fellas. I'm going to try to stream for as long as I can today, but let me just be up front. I think I got either COVID or maybe I'm at the beginning stages of the flu. We down, boys. We down. It's rough. So we had the funeral yesterday. And lo and behold, the person sitting right next to me enlightened me that she's been dealing with COVID for the past 2 weeks. And that her husband, who could not make it, was also going through COVID. So, lovely, man. Lovely. I appreciate people coming to the funeral. I do. You know, if you're sick, just don't be next to me. You know, you know where I come from? You know, everybody at funerals like to get real close so they could talk to you. Planet 9 with the 36 months. Thank you so much.
3 years ago, I watched one video and been here since.
Ah, damn it, Planet. Good to have you here. Anyways, we're gonna try to stream as long as we can today, boys. But I'm just letting y'all know I'm down. We down bad. We down bad. We're going to try to go as long as we can. Who knows? Who knows? I think I might catch a second win. I'm feeling hopeful. Maybe. Might catch a second win. Hold on, let me pull something up real quick. Go see your doctor. Dude, doctors can't do shit. What are you talking? What does doctors do for COVID? Hold on. No. What does doctors do for COVID? Nothing. You sit outside in the sun and hope for better days. I'm hoping it's honestly, it goes down. I hope it's just COVID. Knock on wood. I hope it's just COVID. Because the flu this year has been terrible. Have y'all been seeing all the flu cases? Paxlovid, you can take it to minimize your symptoms. They're coming for my boy Jerome. Oh my God. Yeah, Jerome done went public, man. Justice Department subpoena the Federal Reserve. Interesting times, fellas. Interesting times. And then Jerome went straight public with that shit. Interesting times. Interesting times. We shall see what happens. There's no way people actually take the TV commercial medicine. I don't know. I feel like I've got input lag today. That's when you know you're starting to get real sick. I'm moving my arm to pick up my bottle of water. Input lag. Like a quarter of a second delay. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I just can't believe it though, man. I love Rika's family. I really do. But I'm just going to say there are two individuals in the family that have both been sick on two different occasions that have come into contact with me, that have gotten me so sick. And I'm just like, motherfucker, just stay home. Just stay home. Hennessy with the 5 gifted subs. Stay home. Stay away from me. You don't have to sit right next to me. Patch notes. Destiny 2 update 9.5.0.5. Activities, renegades, fix an issue where the mission Welcome to the Frontier could sometimes soft lock when returning to the hangar under poor networking conditions. Ah, that's the reason, huh, Bungie? Networking conditions, poor networking conditions. Okay, I'll believe you. Fix an issue. We're claiming Ingrams from the Syndicate Quartermasters generated an empty Ingram in the wrapped items section of the inventory screen. Fix an issue. Reclaiming rankable Ingrams from the Syndicate Quartermaster require the Witch Queen ownership. What? Now that's just dirty. Dude, how many people you think bought Witch Queen then? Like, well, damn, I guess I gotta have Witch Queen now. That's wild. Bungie just sneaking that in. Joe with the 10 gifted subs. Hennessy with the 5 gifted subs. Much love, guys. Much love, man. I mean, it's a good investment, but still, yeah. Fix an issue where players looking into multiple characters of the same class and when we could progress or lose, or could progress or lose Syndicate weekly shipment progress. The salaried mercenary triumph is now tracked per account, not per class. Players must log in once on each class for previously earned progress to be counted. Reduce the number of Guardian multi-kills required for the knock 'em down triumph to 5, previously 15. Lawless Frontier. Fix an issue where certain smuggle encounters could be blocked from completion if relic items were accidentally dropped in inaccessible locations. Fix a rare issue where smuggle runs could soft lock at the start of the next film. Fix an issue in sabotage activities where sniping or killing the initial antenna holder extremely fast would cause the encounter to not progress. Wow. Fix an issue in the Venus Grotto Double Cross Arena where some invaders could hide from other teams at the top of the PvP dome. They can't hide anymore. Oh. Fix a rare bug where the invasion teleporter remained open and allowed invaders to reuse after returning to the ready room to collect rewards. Fix an issue where non-invader walkers could sometimes not have correct damage reduction. Fix an issue where combatants could teleport inside sabotage objectives with shields and become unreachable. Fix a visual issue where forging Matrix Europa sabotage would display the description for a bounty hunt activity. All right. My lord, this is a long patch today. Raids and dungeons, Equilibrium. Reduce the cooldown and increase damage for shadow power to improve its utility. Oh. Fix an issue where the shadow power tutorial would continually resurface on alternate characters. That was very annoying. Yes. If you swap to another character for whatever reason, it would constantly be trying to give you the tutorial over and over. Fix an issue where the Herald Apprentice would not pursue players and not progress the encounter. Fix an issue where the Herald Apprentice shields could not be removed to begin a second DPS phase. Oh. Fix an issue where the shadow power pool's visual state was incorrect. Fix an issue in the final encounter where some pools in the shadow realm were granting less shadow power than intended when gathered quickly after teleporting in. Oh, that's not intentional? Wow. I thought that was just Bungie's way of trying to, like, I don't know, just mess with us. Fix an issue allowing sunspots and the kill shot mod to break taken captain's immunity shields intended to require shadow power.
As told.
Fix an issue where the third puzzle will not reset correctly after a failed completion attempt. All right, Desert Perpetual. Fix an issue where the laser attack from Korgos was not activating as intended. Fix an issue where players would not be granted the Death Defiant Triumph upon completing the Desert Perpetual Epic Raid without any fire team member dying or returning to orbits. All right, Portal. Increase the activity timer in Master Conquest Derealize. Was it difficult? Was the timer too restrictive? I haven't even done it in the Portal yet. Increase the starting number of revive tokens available in higher difficulty arena ops and higher difficulty match-made playlist fireteam ops activities. Wow. Fix an issue in the Heliostat Pinnacle ops where the name of the sign and protection buff was not displaying. Fix an issue where Grandmaster Vanguard alerts were not available in Fireteam Finder. My lord, dude. It just keeps going. This patch just keeps going. Crucible. Fix an issue where Crucible ops match completions did not contribute to the Be Greater weekly objective. Fix an issue where Trials of Osiris Lighthouse chests would not award shaders as intended. Fix an issue that allowed players with an active PvP restriction to still access Trials of Osiris. Fix an issue where lobby balancing was enabled for Trials of Osiris. Fix an issue where the latest Trials of Osiris Ghost Ship was unobtainable for some players. Oh, now we got some actual changes. Okay, gameplay and investment, exotic armor, Titan, Armitarium. Fix an issue where grenade throws with this exotic equipped were not reloading heat frame weapons. Oh, that's part of the... Is that part of the exotic now? Wow. Warlock, Matadoxia. Fix an issue where the suspending bursts from stylistics could chain indefinitely. The weave settles once more. Oh. Weapons, exotic weapons, Service Aluzaku. Fix an issue causing Threadling Nests to lose health more quickly in some activities. Threadling Nest lifetime now should not change from activity to activity. Witchkeeper. Fix an issue where ensnaring lines were not generating when hitting a target directly. Praxic Blade. Fix an issue where players could activate the Hyperblade perk without guarding as intended. Oh. Okay, it hasn't been nerfed yet. All right. We can live with that. Weapon perks. Fix an issue where the accelerated assault order trait would lose ammo on burst weapons. Yes, thank God. Fix an issue where the Gutshot straight perk was doing more damage than intended to Divinity Cages. Oh no. But this is good. Accelerated assaults, guys, on burst weapons, most notably Sciaturna, should be working correctly now. Should be. Should be. We'll see. We'll take a look. We'll take a look this week. Quests and pursuits. Fix an issue with the solo op step for the Exalting the Flame, Taming the Storm, and Into the Abyss New Light quests could not be completed on difficulties higher than Advance. All right, some general fixes. Fix an issue with the Digiteal shader that resulted in different shades of cyan being applied when compared to the rest of the Aquamarine Assistant Pack's content. Fix an issue in the Eververse Archive where the Oracular Weapon Ornament for conditional finality incorrectly displayed that it required players to have reached the lighthouse. Are you not supposed to go? I thought you were supposed to go. What? I thought you're supposed to go to the lighthouse. Fix an issue with the final cinematic and the final shape campaign lost some visual effects. So they did walk this back. Yeah. So now you don't have to go to the lighthouse. You can just buy it outright. Damn. Wow, Bungie. Wow. I will say one of the big things that's missing from today's patch notes is where the hell is Ironbetter? It is January 13th, 2026. Where is thy Ironbetter? Iron what? Back in Ash and Iron? Ironbetter got sunsets? Bro, you should just be happy servers are still on. Look, if Destiny was to die tomorrow, I've made my peace. I've made my peace with it. Oh, yeah. Is Anthem pulled? Is it off? And we still have RuneScape. If Destiny was to die, no lie, I would probably actually go back to RuneScape. If Destiny actually died, we would start a fresh account and go back to RuneScape. Live out the remainder of our days. Mm-hmm. Anthem got pulled, right? Like you can't get on right now anymore? Unsubbing. Brother, you're not even subbed here. But hey, man, D3's looking good. And I mean Division 3. Division 3 looking pretty solid, boys. We might just pick up Division 3. Yeah. Oh, you thought I meant Destiny 3? Oh, no. Division 3. That D3. No. Destiny, the Anthem killer. Yeah, perhaps. So Anthem is dead. I didn't even get to finish the campaign this week, man. Oh, brother. I hate getting sick, dude. I cannot. I do everything I can. I mean, guys, I wake up every day, I take a pile of vitamins. You know what I mean? I baby myself. I'm constantly trying to prepare the immune system. Do everything I can. Here's what I found out here recently, though. We've been having a lot of water pressure issues. And so I had a plumber come out and take a look at things. Turns out the water softener I have attached to the house is designed for essentially what they said, a condo size place versus an actual home. And so, long story short, my previous plumber that had set this up resulted in my water heaters, having a lot of problems. One of them essentially burning out, and the water softener having issues, and it wasn't working properly. What that means is they pull the pipes loose to show me inside of all of my pipes, the whole house is this coat of green algae everywhere. It's disgusting. Now we're doing a temporary bypass, which essentially injects chlorine into it. And hopefully over the next 60 to 90 days, he'll get everything out. So anyways, it's all, and I think that's why I've been getting sick this past year. I think the system that was put in place originally would never have facilitated the water correctly, because it was meant for, what the guy was said, it was like it would be meant for like a 1 or 2 bedroom condo versus an actual home. And so this algae buildup, as I think is the reason why, because I noticed about a year ago, so we've been living here for almost 3 years, so it would have taken time for the algae to build up in this place, because it was a new property. A year ago, I just started getting sick all the time, and just like bad, the throat abscesses, things like that. I was getting all that stuff this past year, and I think it's the algae that was in this water. I'm hoping it's going to fix it. Oh, we have a UV filter on it, Mig. So the UV filter's on it now. It should have had one before, but it's on it now. But the problem is a UV filter won't get rid of the algae that's in there right now. So you got to flush it with chlorine. But the UV filter is good for anything going forward. So. Am I able to get him? No, I don't think I'm gonna go to guys. I know everybody's in there saying lawsuits. I'd rather just not. Like, I'd rather just not have any loss. You know what I mean? Like, I think the only thing that I would want is for my previous contractor just cover just cover the plumbing fees that I just paid here recently. You know. Obviously, like, they need to be held accountable for sure. But, like, I don't want to get bogged down on litigation. They're not going to volunteer that money. That's true. That's true. Right now, heavy weapon damage. All right, so this is posted today. Heavy weapon damage and heavy ammo drops have been increased in all portal activities. What heavy weapons are making a permanent home in your inventory this week? Okay. All right, let's fire it up. Let's take a look. I love the portal. Maybe the dungeon LMG be useful? Is there a game to give link that should be pinned? Oh, that's a great question. I know we're doing game to give, but I'm not sure what our link is for that. Is that an old link or does that work? Okay.
So Cross, what you are saying is you couldn't handle save a thick bath water?
Essentially, yes, Burning Vikings. I cannot handle Savadik's bathwater. My lord. Nah, dude, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. I was wondering what was up. All right. Let's take a look, guys. Okay, so heavy surge starts now. Heavy surge doubles heavy weapon damage and increases the chance of heavy ammo drops in the portal activities. Wow. That's crazy. All right, let's go through the Eververse store real quick. This week, guys, we have some shaders for sale. Nice. Okay. Some other stuff for sale. I think there's just featured stuff. Okay. A ghost shell. And emotes. Oh, yeah. Dude, emotes are so expensive. Nice. Wolf's Bane is for sale. Hell yeah. And actually probably be good with this week's modifier since it's double damage. Yo, we're about to do some Wolfbane builds. Got a ghost shell here and a fiery looking ornament here. I'll pick it up. I'm gonna pick it up anyways. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. All right, guys. This week's alerts, by the way, and weapons that you'll be grinding for Vanguard alerts here. You have something that you can get with the accelerated assault origin trait, right? Inside of Crucible, you have the LMG that you can get with accelerated assault. And Horus Elise has made a return also with accelerated assault in the Sunless Cell Strike. Yeah. Sunless Cell about to become my bitch this week. All right. Build battle starts now. Fellas, I want the best heavy weapon build. Whatever you deem is the best heavy weapon build. Let's cook. Let's make it happen. All right, let's see. Thunderlord. Let's take a look at our exotics real quick. Hold on. Power. No lie, Black Talon might really be good.
Toilet paper that turns red when you're done wiping is a genius.
What? When did our voice change around here? Hold on, let me change it back to force. I don't know. Well, it says it.
To look back and say, at least I didn't lead no humdrum life.
Okay. Leviathan's Breath's gonna cook. Actually, a Leviathan's Breath build with Orpheus would be really nice. Yeah. Leviathan with Orpheus would actually cook. Survivability might be a little difficult, but yeah. Uh-oh. Okay. Hold on, everybody. It has been brought to my attention. Heavy Surge is not available inside. No. It's not available in the Vanguard alerts. Wow. Wait, hold on. Okay, so it is in the Fire Team Vanguard alerts, but not in the Grandmaster. Yeah. So available here, which is kind of whatever, but not available here. Well. Boo. But guys, this means everywhere else. Dude, who the fuck is playing the portal anymore? No, seriously. I'm literally waiting for activities to rotate into the Vanguard alerts playlist because I'd rather waste my time grinding things here to get the accelerated assault origin traits versus here, which correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think has a chance of dropping. People need the Swordmaster gear. Did y'all not make cookies? We didn't have your RNG. No. I'm look, I'm just sitting here. I'm just looking, but like I'm looking across the landscape of the portal activities, and I just don't have a desire to run them. You know what I mean? I'd rather wait for the weapons to be in rotation with accelerated assault inside of Vanguard alerts. The alerts were meant to make Portal irrelevant. Well, it's effectively done it. It's effectively, God, doggy, dude. This is honestly Bungie going backwards. I mean, all right. Can we solo the Sunless Strike first try? Yes, we're going to try the solo. Go clear the postmaster real quick. Get some eggplant bets on that thing. Tweet that shit, Cross. Let them know. What do I let them know? I don't even know what to let them know. What do we? The portal is ass. Nobody likes it. Go back to how we used to do things. They know this already. Y'all said it. Yeah. This is known. Not Praxic again? Brother, Praxic is good. Praxic is good, though. How can we not use it? Jelani with the 35 months. Thank you so much. Oh, tweet Grandmaster alerts. Oh. Okay, yeah, I can do that. Let's take a poll on this. Do you want this? Yes or no? I will tweet this if you guys want this and it overwhelmingly want it. No, it's going to make it easy as fuck. Well, I mean, what are you worried about? People are going to get, you know, are you worried that it's going to be too easy and therefore people are going to get Horus Elise for the 20th time? I mean, come on, brother. I mean, you know what I mean? It's not like, if this was like some other weapon, maybe I'd be like, no, you got to earn it. But fucking Horus Elise. I leave it to y'all, though. I leave it to y'all. We'll leave it to the poll. Mods, what kind of fucked up poll is that? Who did this poll? Who did this poll? Restart the poll. L Dragon, you may be one of the only competent people here that is modding, but that doesn't mean I won't let you go. I'm this close. This close. Claude's about to literally take over everyone's job here when it comes to modding. Oh, it's happening, fellas. We about to move Claude up in this bitch, and he's about to be head mod. I'm this close. Please, I vote for Claude. Wow, Cross is letting AI take jobs. I mean, what if we never paid to begin with? Is it still something to get upset about? You know what I mean? When are the Destiny servers back up? I don't know, man. I too am wondering that. I can't be waiting around all day long. You know what I'm saying? I'm with you, brother. I'm with you. Let's see. What was the artifact mods we had for this? All right, everyone saying post this. All right, I post that. I'll put it up. I wish artifact mods would save, dude, in builds. You know what I'm saying? Ah, brother, I feel like I've been run over. And they backed up and they ran over me again. Holy shit right now. I need my body not to be a bitch. That's somewhere inside my body right now. I like to believe there's Chris Rock in there.
The best sub-month anniversary, cool face emoji.
And he's fighting like crazy, man. Yeah, I didn't show my kids Osmosis Jones. I remember when I was a kid and I watched that movie. I thought that was the coolest movie, man. All right, let's make sure I got everything right. We have a variety of champions today. Get the chill clip. I got something to deal with overload, so we're good there. Okay. I work. This GM is about to be easier than last week. You think so? Sunless has always been like a challenging one. Styler with the 10 gifted subs. Styler, thank you so much for the 10 chat. Please drop some love and eggplants for this man. Guys, I know Destiny right now, it doesn't seem like a whole lot's happening.
These cells were kept by Oryx.
Because a whole lot is not.
Enemies.
However,
Discarded progeny to be stripped for chitin.
We've got Marathon coming up. I think that's the big focus. We're supposed to be getting a March Marathon and the next like Ash and Iron updates.
Hive come to bring the war to them.
Oh yeah. Oh, I wasn't rocking the right one. Actually, that's the wrong roll side. Let me get my. I'm gonna back out real quick and get my side. What was the split on this bet, by the way? No, dude, for real. Oh, there it is, boys. There it is. There we go. Should be good now. Should be good. Okay. Shouldn't need it, but we'll have it anyways. Green now just gonna have his family turn into clickers and shit. They fixed the salary, so yeah. I'll check it here in a little bit.
These cells were kept by Oryx. He imprisoned defeated enemies and discarded progeny.
Mike with 18, thank you so much.
Chitin and repurposed into something useful. Now this prison is occupied by the Taken.
Much love, Hugo. Or Huge Spicy Boy. Much love, Huge Spicy Boy.
To bring the war to them.
Speaking of Greece, Rika really wants to go to Greece. Man, the travel time seems so long. It's like Japan, you know what I mean? Like, well, what?
No matter how we
like a day and a half traveling.
Power from fighting. We're in a poor position.
But I will say,
but we can minimize what she gains.
Greece does look beautiful.
Be efficient. Strike fast.
Greece looks beautiful.
Disrupt her ritual before it can gain traction.
All right, all right.
Ignore her.
Make sure I got this on right. Oh, that's not good. Damn, that's loud. I'll turn that down real quick. All right. Save that real quick. Oh, yeah, I got the stasis wave thing going on. All right. Disrupt the ritual. Okay, there we go.
Her forces glory in these fights. They build tides in battle, not only victory. Cut them short.
Dude, this armor set is so fucking good. It's crazy. It's essentially giving strongholds to everybody. Is what it is. Like, there's no reason. Like, you don't have to rock strongholds anymore. There we go. Oh, shit. Somebody just hit me hard. This next part with the Shriekers, that's probably going to be the most difficult part of this Nightfall. Oh, hello.
What an elegant piece of violence.
I see Zebu Aroth's ritual.
Oh my god, I love that voice.
If you reach beyond your own prison.
So it does. And I see you are familiar with the art of fighting our god of war.
Oh my god.
Short, blunt, but respectable. I have in my time done the same.
Taken putting up walls. After the Hive are already inside,
dude.
that's not late.
I wish we had Oryx back, man.
They're up to something. Hive or Dread, doesn't matter. Take them down while they're off balance.
What a killing floor this would be.
Dude, this build is just so much stronger this week. Now that we got Arc Surge as well. That ton of Arc builds that just cook, man. Oh, shit. And that did a lot of self-damage. Was not expecting that much damage. It says combat fatigue. What is that? Oh my god. That barrier is kind of annoying. Alright, let's see if I can throw this out right here. Ooh, that went way too far. Alright. There we go. Honestly, that's super effective. Get my health back. There we go. Woo! Oh, okay. We don't have to kill this guy. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I'm hurt. I'm hurt. Oh. No, don't freeze me. Okay. He's gonna go ape shit. Oh, this guy's sick, man. Oh, the blind is so nice. Oh, I can get to the finish. Nice. This section is actually a bit harder. Wow! Did my guard drop? That's super as shit. Yeah, it could be better. Oh, fuck, there's mechanics involved. I forgot about this. Hold on. Can we get max stacks? The eyes are on me. Do we die at max stacks? I don't know if we die or not. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. You just don't want to look in the eye hole. Oh, okay. No eye contact. Will you chill, brother? Will you? Oh, my God. Would you calm down? What happened to my ribs? The greatest stomper in all the land. Look at him. Look at the back-to-back stops. I don't think anything stomps as often as them. This guy is really stomping. Big damage. Nice. That it? Run. Why does they need to rock strongholds? Because Swordmaster armor set is that good. Swordmaster's armor set is so good, guys. You essentially have strongholds on any character you got the force piece with.
Oh, I do see why she likes you.
Nothing more than pockets of battle here. You must keep going deeper still.
The deepest part of this prison has seen the most death, the most suffering.
If you cannot bring yourself to provide something useful, be quiet.
Oh my god.
The Dreadnought was made after my memory. But I understand the flow of energy here. You're running out of time.
Holy shit. All right, all right. Can we brute force it? No. All right. We're going to be very methodical about this. You know what? Kill yourself. Do it. Do it. What? The fuck is that up? Oh my god. Oh, what's my blade at? I've got the wrong blade on. Yeah, my blade's supposed to be defensive. No wonder it's running out so quickly. I don't have defensive stance on. Oh, this room is a bitch. I'm not gonna lie, boys. This room is a bitch. Oh, wow. Hold up. Dude, Science Turner just nuked that thing. Oh my god. No, don't want to do that. Huge. Oh, wow. We just have to kill the one? Oh, that's easy. I was not expecting... Oh. I was not expecting Side Turner to do that much damage to the Shriekers. Oh. Lord of mercy. All right, I think I can skip all this. Oh, this is going to be trouble. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Wow. Skip it? I don't know if I can get past it. Okay, never mind. Maybe we can. Fuck me then, dude. Hot damn it. Are you shitting me right now? All right. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go.
There! You are there! The Hive and the Taken, and the ritual between them. The hilt of the Willbreaker. By the relic of a brother's sword, Xivu Arath would cleave the dreadnought from my throne. Willbreakers, we need that hilt. Guardian, get shooting.
Oh, big damage, big damage, big damage. My sword's bigger. There's so much lore being dropped into that. Come slow, man.
The ritual, but something else has stepped into the gap.
This is not my taking. Knife of my slaying. To arms.
You have no authority here.
What matters is that taking it down won't empower Xivu Arath, right? Then we cut the chatter.
Dude, I would so abandon Eris for Oryx, though. You know what I'm saying? Oh shit, I'm taking a lot of damage. Oh lordy, oh lordy. I'm weak. I'm hurt. My man's just spinning. Fuck. All right. Hey, GG's.
No more Hive in the area. Activity's dying down.
Arc builds are gonna cook this week.
Xivu Arath's sword is still.
Let's get some build battles going for.
Everything else seems.
Oh, did it give me one for this?
She will
Wow.
soon be able to try again. For now, we have won,
Damn.
and we have Willbreaker's hilt. What about Oryx? He's secure, discontented, but held fast. I trust you. Do you hear him? Do you hear him intervening any further? He is secure. You do have control.
Yeah, we know how that story unfolded. Pay it out, Moss. Pay it out. Noctis with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, my man. I miss when these required a fire team to complete. The fact that they can be done solo says enough. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, I get where you're coming from, but I don't know, dude. We're just really strong. We're really strong. Open up thy build battles. Les, was your build last week arc? The Nightfall is technically faster, but because the scoring is based on kills and the ads are so separated, it's probably going to take the same time as last week, or at least close to it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could do solo. You could do gym night. I think what he's saying is he misses the time where in order to get through a Nightfall, you needed someone on Ursa Furiosa 24/7. You know what I mean? Like, at one time, GMs were so tough that you needed Ursa Furiosa and 2 Wells. But can I just say, like, that play style got kind of boring, man. You know what I mean? Like, I do like when things are very interactive and, you know, we're going more ARPG routes, you know. Plinking at the back of the map with a scout rifle is... Now, sometimes it's fun. Like Polaris Lance back in the day with artifact mods and ignitions was really, really fun and really good. But, I don't know. I just like things to get mixed up. I think that's healthy. Oh, that's actually not bad. Keep that one. Rose Vault is full. It is. It's more accessible to a lot of people, even fun for those. Yeah. Says the guy who only blocked for all of Heresy. Yeah, but name another time before that I played like that. I kind of pick a play style per season, and that's what I play as. Dare I say, like, the seasonal identity. I'm gonna go ahead and discard literally all of these till I get the accelerated assault roll. Mod suck anus. What just happened? Noctis with the 5. Thank you so much. I look at this vault and I want to vomit. What's wrong? What's wrong with my vault? My vault's great. Hawthorne shotgun is for sale, by the way. Honestly, that'd be kind of fun. Discord Grave Robber. Or Let From Gold, maybe? I don't know.
Back to the front.
Nope, all trash. All right, guys, start submitting builds. Anyone that wants to submit a build, it is now open. While we wait for thy builds to be submitted, the shocking truth of Anthem's development failures. It is now January the 13th, 2026. Meaning yesterday, Anthem is officially dead. Is that confirmed? Can anyone try logging on? Has anyone logged on? Can anyone log on right now, or server's actually gone? I did. It's gone.
Years into development. This is Anthem, roughly 2 years into development. This version of Anthem, codenamed Dylan, was very different than the Anthem we would end up getting in 2019. At this point, the focus was on survival and verticality through climbing and rocket jumps. There was absolutely no flight at all. When BioWare demoed this version of Anthem to higher ups at EA, they gave BioWare the biggest ultimatum. The game wasn't fun, so you either add full flight or the game gets cancelled. The infamous demo that BioWare gave during E3 2017 didn't actually exist. Even the developers were confused. No way this is our game. With the servers shutting down in just a couple of days from this video's upload, I figured now would be the only chance I had to cover this story. So, what happened to Anthem during its development, and why did they change the original vision for what BioWare pegged as the most ambitious project they would ever make?
It's important to watch this for anyone else that wants to potentially make a game in this space, but also the things to do and not to do, right? And somewhere, I hope there's a Saudi prince who's that's in the process of buying up EA. That's like, you know what? I like Anthem too. I'm going to put Anthem at the top of the list, right next to Beyonce at my wedding. We must fix Anthem. There's a lot of copium in this statement, I know, but let a man dream.
I'm Pounder McNasty, and I make development deep dives into your favorite video games. If you like the content this channel has to offer, I'd really appreciate it if you took a moment to hit subscribe. Before we dive into the heartbreaking story of Anthem, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the sponsor of today's video, Factor. Balancing a full-time job while making these deep dive documentaries means I'm basically always in crunch mode. To keep my energy up without wasting hours in the kitchen, I've been using Factor. Factor delivers fresh, never frozen, chef-crafted and dietitian-approved meals straight to your doorstep.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
2 minutes. It's never too early or too late to start.
Editor, see how he's got his cat? We need a cat. This guy's promos are fantastic. Got the cat in the background. Got incredible views. We need to pick it up.
Your wellness journey, and Factor makes that consistency easy by eliminating the stress around cooking and cleanup. What I love is that Factor uses real ingredients. No refined sugars or artificial sweeteners. I usually go for their protein-packed meals, which have around 30 to 50 grams of protein to fuel my recovery after the gym or a long day of working. They have over 1 factor for sponsoring this video. To understand the genesis of Anthem, one must first understand the environment of BioWare in 2012. The studio had just concluded the Mass Effect trilogy, and despite the controversy surrounding the ending of Mass Effect 3, the studio was undeniably at the apex of the industry. They were the undisputed masters of the Western RPG, capable of weaving complex narratives with choice and consequence. It was in this atmosphere of victory that Project Dylan was born. Under the supervision of Casey Hudson, the executive producer who had shepherded Mass Effect to its glory.
Hello. Pete says hello, everybody.
A small team began incubation on a new intellectual property. The mandate was very vague but ambitious. Just create something new. Something that wasn't just Star Wars or Mass Effect or Dragon Age. Something that felt distinct. The early concepts for Dylan were radically different from the mechanized power fantasy that eventually shipped. The initial vision was grounded, gritty, and focused on survival. The team envisioned a hostile alien world where humanity was not the conqueror but the prey. This version of the game was heavily influenced by the unforgiving mechanics of Dark Souls. The narrative hook for this early iteration centered on a gravitational anomaly, a Bermuda Triangle of space. This anomaly would pull passing starships down to the planet's surface, stranding their crews in a lethal, untamed wilderness. In this Bermuda Triangle concept, the player wasn't an armored superhero. They were a scavenger scraping by on a planet where everything was significantly more powerful than they were.
Yo! That's cool as shit! What happened in that narrative? This would have been done way better.
The gameplay loop focused on seeing how long one could survive in the wilds before succumbing to the elements or to the fauna. This vision was compelling, but it was also incredibly difficult to execute within the constraints of the technology available. The first major fracture in this project's foundation occurred in 2014. Casey Hudson, the visionary figurehead leading the project, departed BioWare. His exit created a massive power vacuum at the very top of the Dylan hierarchy.
Damn, dude.
In game development, the vision holder is the individual who breaks ties. When the art director wants a stylized look and the design director wants photorealism, the vision holder is who decides. When Hudson left, Dylan lost its tiebreaker. The project was left in the hands of a leadership team that, while talented, lacked the singular authority to make painful decisions.
Yep.
The result was a descent into design by committee, where ideas were debated endlessly without resolution. The project entered a period of drift that would last for years. Nobody was leading this project.
Started out as Project Dylan. We were just thinking for many years as we were finishing out the Mass Effect trilogy, we were just thinking about, like, where should games go?
Following Hudson's departure, the game was officially titled Beyond internally. This title reflected the core
Chat, what happened to Casey Hudson? Where did he go? He's making the new Star Wars game? Oh. I got you. I got you. All right. Man, that sucks, dude. Yeah, you really do have to have, like, this is a classic one of you just dropped the comment, too many chefs in the kitchen. You really do have to have someone at the top that, like, keeps things aligned and keeps the North Star vision constantly, you know? Like, all right, this is where we're going, this direction we're going. And that way there's not too much drift with decision making and different features to implement, all that stuff.
Concept of the game. Leaving the safety of the fortress walls to explore the dangerous unknown beyond. However, the team struggled to define what players would actually do in the beyond. The survival elements, while thematic, proved difficult to monetize and structure into a long-term service plan. The team oscillated between conflicting design pillars. Survival versus power fantasy. Was the game about feeling vulnerable or feeling powerful? Procedural versus handcrafted. Should the world be procedurally generated to ensure infinite replayability, or handcrafted? Multiplayer versus narrative. How does one tell a chosen one story when there are 3 other chosen ones in the lobby jumping on tables during the cutscenes? The game remained in pre-production for nearly 4 years. The team built prototypes, discarded them, and built new ones. They had cool assets, creature models, environmental art, and lighting tests, but they did not have a game. There was no cohesive missions, no finalized loot systems, and no clear understanding of the moment-to-moment gameplay loop. Perhaps the most damaging aspect of the Beyond era was the studio's refusal to learn from its peers. By 2014 and 2015, the looter-shooter genre was being defined by Bungie's Destiny and Ubisoft's The Division. These games were experiencing growing pains, of course, struggling with loot drops, endgame content, and story integration. But they were solving the exact problems BioWare is facing. However, internal reports suggest that mentioning Destiny was taboo within BioWare. Leadership insisted that Anthem was not Destiny.
Oh, Lord, man. Yep, I remember hearing about this. Anthem had begun naturally picking up ideas and mechanics from looter shooters like Division, Destiny, although even mentioning the word Destiny was taboo at BioWare. Diablo 3 was the preferred reference point. A few people who worked on the game said they tried making comparisons to Destiny would elicit negative reactions from the studio leadership. We were told quite definitively, this isn't Destiny, said one developer. But it kind of is. What you're describing is beginning to go into that realm. Oh. Man, dude, there's just no, like, you got to remove the ego. And I'm going to be honest, man, this applies to every studio. If for instance, Arc Raiders is kicking ass, man. That game is like, I mean, I was already going to say multiplayer game of this past year going into this next year, and it's continuing to climb. Now, listen, you can have an ego about it. And you can be like, no, this isn't Arc Raiders. We're going to do it our way, and our way is the right way. And I'm not necessarily against that. If you really got something that's you know, a vision that's set aside from what other extraction shooters are accomplishing. But you have to analyze what Arc Raiders got right and then implement that. Okay? You can't have an ego about it, man. Implement that shit. Destiny, same thing with Destiny Rising. Look at Destiny Rising. Yes, does it suck that NetEase seems to be killing it in every single aspect? Adding features that don't exist inside of Destiny 2. It does on the surface, does it appear like NetEase has a better grasp of what Destiny players want in terms of an MMO looter shooter? And then on top of that, does it sting a little bit to know that if Destiny Rising was to launch on consoles, that it would potentially erode, if not kill, Destiny 2? Yeah, I'm sure that stings a bit. Or you can look at it and go, all right, let's be real with ourselves. What did Destiny Rising get right? All right, let's implement those things. Raids isn't exclusive to Destiny. Yeah.
Comparisons were discouraged. If a designer suggested a feature that sounded too much like Destiny, it was often shot down. The arrogance prevented the team from analyzing Destiny's failures. Instead of standing on the shoulders of giants, BioWare chose to stand in their own shadow, blindfolded. They were doomed to repeat the same mistakes: lack of content, poor loot scaling, repetitive missions that Bungie had already made and fixed years prior. While the creative team struggled with the identity, the technical team was fighting a losing war against their own tools. Another big pillar that led to the failures of Anthem was actually one of the biggest blunders EA has ever made as a publisher. The Frostbite engine was developed by DICE for the Battlefield series originally. It's a spectacular engine for rendering photorealistic environments, destruction, and first-person shooting mechanics. However, EA executives mandated that all internal studios use Frostbite to standardize technology and eliminate third-party licensing fees for those used in Unreal Engine or Unity. For BioWare, a studio specializing in third-person RPGs, Frostbite was a nightmare. The engine lacked basic features required for role-playing games. Frostbite didn't natively support the complex save states of an RPG. There was no backend for tracking thousands of loot items with randomized stats, and the branching dialogue trees BioWare was famous for had to be built from scratch.
So wait. What was the Mass Effect series on? What was the engine for that? It was on Unreal. God, dog, it's... So you essentially told a studio that had been operating in Unreal to not just make a whole new game, an entirely new IP,
Always glad to be here, Cross.
but to also do it on a completely different engine? Fuck. That's terrible. The trilogy, though, was on Unreal. Andromeda was on Frostbite. BioWare worked on a lot of engines over the years, but I think the issue is that Frostbite was tailored for first-person shooters, not RPGs. Okay, I'm being told Andromeda was not Unreal, though. Yeah.
The problem was exacerbated by BioWare's position in the EA hierarchy. When BioWare developers encountered a bug in Frostbite, they had to submit a ticket to the central Frostbite support team. However, that team was often busy supporting things like FIFA and Battlefield, games that generated billions in revenue. Anthem, an unproven new IP, was low on that priority list.
Oh my god.
BioWare developers would wait weeks for a fix or be forced to create hacky workarounds that destabilized the codebase. And as if the internal struggles weren't enough, Anthem was developed across two geographically and culturally distinct studios: BioWare Edmonton in Canada and BioWare Austin in Texas. BioWare Edmonton was the mothership. It was the birthplace of Mass Effect and the perceived A-Team. There was a palpable sense of superiority within the Edmonton office. They viewed themselves as true artists, the visionaries. BioWare Austin, conversely, was viewed as the B-Team or support studio. Established to run Star Wars: The Old Republic, BioWare Austin specialized in online live service games. They understood server architecture, multiplayer pacing, and the economies of an MMO.
Okay, that's good.
Given that Anthem was an online live service game,
makes sense.
Austin's expertise should have been the project's greatest asset.
Yeah.
Austin developers reportedly tried to warn Edmonton about the pitfalls they were walking into. They said that forcing heavy narrative into multiplayer missions would annoy players who just wanted to rush to the loot. Austin understood that social hubs need to be efficient, and Austin also knew that launch content would be consumed in days, and a robust endgame loop was essential. The leadership at Edmonton frequently dismissed this feedback. One developer described the relationship as Edmonton saying, "We are BioWare, we know what we're doing," while Austin was watching the train wreck happen in slow motion. But it wouldn't just be BioWare Austin throwing up red flags. Now, they had to answer to Patrick Sutherland, an executive vice president at EA. And if you've seen my Arc Raiders video, you know that Patrick is one of the most decorated executives in the history of gaming. His reach spans from Battlefield, Battlefront, the finals, and of course Arc Raiders. So, what did Patrick say when he saw the demo for Anthem? In 2017, BioWare leadership prepared a major demo for Patrick. This demo, known as the Farm Build, represented the best version of the game they had. It was a grounded survival game. It did not feature flight. And Sutherland hated it. His feedback was brutal. He criticized the graphics, the gameplay, and the lack of a wow factor. He famously told leadership, "This is not the game you promised me." And for a studio of BioWare stature, this was a humiliating dress down. Cancellation was a real possibility. Desperate to save the project, the BioWare leadership team initiated a crunch period of several weeks. Their goal was to overhaul the demo to impress Sutherland. The team made a pivotal decision. They re-implemented Flight. Flight had been cut and re-added multiple times during development. Designers argued that it broke exploration because players would just fly over content, and level design, the world had to be built vertically. Technicians argued Frostbite couldn't stream the world fast enough for Flight, but Flight looked cool. It was the Iron Man fantasy. The team polished the graphics to an unsustainable level and tightened the flight mechanics. And when Sutherland returned to the demo, he was blown away. He loved the flight. He effectively mandated that it remained in the game.
Oh, shit.
While this decision saved the project from cancellation, it broke the game design. The entire world, built for a grounded survival game, had to be scrapped and redesigned for verticality.
I mean, either A, the game should have just been pushed to release in 2020 or some shit, or B, could a demo not have been provided earlier? I mean, like, removing flying and then adding back in, removing and adding back in really changes things. I will say this about Anthem. What if you had to conquer territories on the map that would then enable flight? So you would have had, moments there where you were grounded. But as you conquer those areas and you do whatever, then maybe like an EMP lifts and now you're able to fly. You know what I'm saying? Do the Edmonton studio should have worked closer with the partners? Yeah, let's continue.
To hide the fact that the engine couldn't load the world fast enough, developers had to add shapers, which were kind of like these fog walls, winding underwater tunnels, and empty space to slow the player down. Enemies designed for ground combat couldn't fight a flying player. The AI had to be reworked, but ended up being dumb firing turrets because complex tracking was way too difficult.
Yeah.
But now, BioWare had the ultimate test. Create a public reveal for Anthem, for a game that at this point simply did not exist. With Sutherland's approval secured, BioWare rushed to make a public reveal for E3 2017. The resulting demo is infamous. It depicted a seamless, dynamic living world that simply did not exist. The demo was aspirational. When the team back in Edmonton watched the E3 reveal, many were shocked. They turned to each other and asked, "Is that the game we're making? Do we have the tech for that?" The answer was no. The E3 demo was not a preview of the game in production. It was a target render that the team now had 18 months to try and replicate.
Damn.
The death march would now begin. No amount of BioWare magic would save this project. In late 2017, Mark Dara was brought in to lead Anthem alongside Dragon Age 4. His role was that of a closer. He looked at the sprawling mess of prototypes and indecisions and began cutting. He forced the team to lock down features regardless of whether they were perfect or not. A decision is better than no decision became the mantra. While Dara is credited with actually getting the game shipped, the cost was the final abandonment of the game's depth. Complex stats were simplified, survival mechanics were gutted, and the game was stripped down to a minimum viable product. Fly, shoot, loot. The periods between E3 2017 and launch was a brutal crunch. The BioWare magic bill had come due, and the team had to build an entire game in 18 months that usually takes 45 years. The toll on the staff was catastrophic to say the least. It became common for developers to disappear for weeks or months on stress leave. This was so prevalent that it was just an accepted.
One developer said they would find a private room to cry in, that people were so angry and sad all the time. Another added that depression and anxiety are an epidemic within BioWare. Jesus Christ. I do that at my job. Sounds like the real world. Oh my God.
Part of the production cycle. Developers describe booking meeting rooms just to go cry in private. Veteran talent burned out by the chaos began to leave. The departure of writers like Drew Karpyshyn and designers like Steve Gilmore signaled a loss of faith in the project. Even this deep in production, the team refused to learn from Destiny. Designers who try to implement features like Destiny's loot rarity colors or UI layouts were told to change them to be distinct. This led to a UI that was objectively worse.
Yep.
Clunky, unintuitive, and obscure.
Not
Simply for the
inspiring.
sake of being different.
Oh,
The 18 months of development would not save this project. In January 2019, BioWare launched a VIP demo to build hype, but it backfired spectacularly. Players were met with infinite loading screens, connection errors, and rubber banding. BioWare claimed that these were issues from an old build, but many persisted into launch. Upon full release in February of 2019, a new and terrifying narrative emerged. Anthem was breaking consoles. PS4 players reported that the game would crash so hard that it would shut down the console entirely, requiring a database rebuild to turn back on.
oh my Lord.
Anthem was now the game
Like
that was
Cyberpunk.
so bad it might even kill your PS4. By late 2019, BioWare acknowledged the failure. They announced a complete overhaul, dubbed Anthem Next, or Anthem 2.0. A small team in Austin, led by Christian Daly, began prototyping a reboot. Daly's blog posts offered hope. They showed a true return to RPG roots, adopting systems from Destiny, concept arts of new factions like the Space Pirates, and a clean, functional inventory screen. However, in early 2021, the fate of Anthem Next was decided by an EA review board. The context had changed. This was during a time when remote work had slowed down productivity due to the pandemic, and with the Mass Effect Legendary Edition succeeding and Dragon Age the Vanguard in production, EA needed to consolidate resources, and finishing Anthem 2.0 would require tripling the team size and investing millions of more dollars. So, with that being said, on February of 2021, the announcement came. Anthem Next was cancelled. The incubation team was moved onto Dragon Age, and Anthem was left to rot. Now, 5 years later...
Dude, are you telling me we got fucking Vanguard instead of Anthem 2.0? Who makes these decisions?
On January 12th, 2026, the servers for Anthem will shut down. When that switch is flipped, the game would simply vanish.
Yep.
The millions of hours of development, the crunch, the stress casualties,
it's gone
and
right now.
The Dylan aspirations, all of it will be reduced to unplayable code on a disc.
You know what blows my mind? People are actually paid to make these terrible fucking decisions. That's what... People are paid lots of fucking money and equity to make terrible decisions. And then when the terrible decisions go in place, they still don't get let go.
The legacy of Anthem is a warning. It demonstrated that the BioWare name could not protect a bad game from failure, and that the Frostbite mandate crippled the studio's ability to create, and relying on BioWare's magic, aka crunch, is a sustainable strategy until it isn't.
After the disastrous launch of Dragon Age the Vanguard, BioWare Edmonton was effectively gutted, and in 2023, to help finish the Vanguard, BioWare brought in a second internal team, which was working on the next Mass Effect game. I just hope to God that whatever EA Edmonton or BioWare or whatever they're labeled as now has the proper resources to make the next Mass Effect a banger. But back to Anthem for a second.
Anthem was not killed by a single bad decision. It was killed by 1,000 small arrogances. It was the game that tried to be everything. Iron Man, Bob Dylan, not Destiny, and ended up being nothing. Thanks for watching, and as always, I'll see you in the next.
Dude, first up, fantastic video, just recapping everything. Good stuff here, Pounder. I mean, that was a really, really good video. What I will say though, man, I think the game would have done a lot better had Austin just been the lead studio instead of Edmonton. Like, literally give it to Austin, let them lead everything. Obviously, like, all the creative aspects and stuff, and the Edmonton would still work alongside Austin doing that. But Austin would have been the lead to essentially make Anthem the long-term live service game that it was trying to be. Or Edmonton was being a bunch of arrogant pricks. Right. Well, that's when you would say, all right, you were Edmonton, you're now the B team. Austin, you're A team. And just go from there. You know what I mean? I read his name wrong. I said Pounder McNasty. Yeah, what did I say? Did I say Pounder McNasty? That's his name, Pounder. What did I say? That requires actual leadership. Granted, they were too busy prioritizing FIFA. Yeah. Look, it sucks. It sucks. It sucks. But what I will say now more than ever for any individual developer out there, dude, you can cook your own game now. You know, if you're working at a studio and you're having on a daily basis having to book a room, a conference room to go cry in, now might be the time, brother, to just do your own thing. You know what I'm saying? I can't make that decision. That's your decision. But if it's that damn bad, you know what I mean? I work from home. I just cry in my bed. Yeah. Anyways, I know you guys are probably tired of us talking about Anthem. This is probably it. We're probably not going to talk about it ever again. It's gone. It's dead. It's over. It's officially no longer accessible, no longer available. Anthem is gone. I hope everybody had a great time. Hope everybody enjoyed themselves. It's truly Jover. Finally gonna play Risk of Rain? Probably. Did we get some build submissions yet? Oh, we did. Rev, Nick, Corbin, and Les. Good stuff. So technically there's a 2.0 somewhere. Maybe. Potentially. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I feel like, you know, looter shooters have just kind of fallen off. At one time, everybody was trying to make the next looter shooter. And now, it went from everyone was trying to make a looter shooter to everyone suddenly was trying to make a battle royale to then everyone's trying to make an extraction shooter. That's where we are right now. We're in that chapter of everybody trying to make an extraction shooter. Yeah, there's like truly like generations to these things. Oh yeah, and the survival games. Yeah. I think with survival games, those are just easier to make with smaller studios. You know what I mean? Can anyone have an original thought? It's the same for films as well. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. Again, it's all about what's the overhead, what's the return. You know, what's your tech bandwidth? So, yeah. If the day ever comes, guys, and we'll see if it does. I love the idea of making a game that can't be beat. That's damn near unbeatable. That would require you to give your life and soul to in order to beat it. Val! With that 15 gifted subs! Val, thank you so much for the big 50 bomb. Chat, please drop some love and eggplants for this man. Ah, damn it. That game exists. It's called Winning an Argument with the Wife. Oh my God. Cross, you don't sound sick. I don't sound sick, but I feel fucking awful. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. but feel absolutely awful. No, dude, I really, man, I am really, really interested in making a game, guys. And right now I'm just trying to build the infrastructure for it, which is what's taking so damn long. But I love the idea of an entire server coming together and having to essentially, I mean, everyone, like imagine an entire server coming together and you have to clear the server. And it could take months to do it. And when you die, you reset. Imagine a boss room and you find it. And once it's been found, everyone's like, oh shit, there's the boss room. All right, like imagine just a cave being somewhere. And you're like, all right, we finally found the boss room. Everybody, let's get in there. We're going to fuck this shit up. You got the guns. I got the ammo. Somebody bring the food. The whole damn server floods into this thing. And then everybody just gets ass fucked. Everybody just gets shit on. And when you die, you reset. You completely reset. So Sword Art Online? Yeah. Essentially Sword Art Online. You reset. That's it. One wrong move. Done. And you got to work your way all the way back up again. Obviously, we can't do IRL deaths. So would never pass. But this is the closest we can get to it. I hate resets. That's the thing. Everyone will hate this game. But there's going to be some people out there that's going to be crazy enough. That is like, all right, I'll do this shit. And by the way, no. This game would have no resets. The only reset is if you die. The only reset is if you die. And so if you good enough, if you gamer enough, you'll be all right. If it's fun enough, I do it. Yeah, maybe you want to be the skiller. Good luck selling that. I know, Les. I know. Imagine a day one raid like Desert Perpetual, but if you die, you lose everything and reset. And you got to start. That's what I'm envisioning here, guys. You have to start completely over, level all the way back up to 550, earn all the gear you just lost, to then go attack that raid again, to then just die again. Too much? This is the vision, fellas. This is the vision. Hell no. The only things like that would work is if the rewards are insane. Well, I mean, this is how I would treat it. There would be, how I would optimize it, you would have guilds that would just be skiller guilds. Okay? They would just be full of skillers. And so, yeah, you might die and reset, but you have these guilds that will hopscotch you back up to level with loaded out materials or close enough loaded out gear to get you back up to speed so that you can potentially clear that server again. What about if you lost everything that you had equipped? Yeah. Who knows? Will other guilds be allowed to attack other guilds? I don't know, man. I haven't fully played. By the way, this may be all impossible. I got this only works if the thing I'm working on right now works. I think it will. But anyways, that's the vision. Could be no one plays the fucking game. Isn't that basically an extraction shooter? I want PvE to be the focus. Like, I want PvE to be the focus, and I want a massive world server that upon clearing it resets the server. And it's okay, so imagine this. Imagine your team clears the final boss in that server. The whole server then levels up to the next phase. Completely different assets, completely different biome. Everything's completely different. By the way, all of these things sound outlandish and impossible to make. I've read this manga. Yes. No. Everyone go watch Sword Art Online. I want to make a game just like that, but obviously I can't trap you in it. But if I can potentially not trap you, I want to trap you voluntarily. It's called addiction. Yes. SAO is such an ass anime. Pretty good. I like it. What are you fucking talking about? That's called Stockholm Syndrome. But what if you get killed by certain balls that puts you into a coma IRL? Yeah, I don't know. We made that work. So procedure generated onk slop. Exactly. That's what I heard, Queen. I've never watched it, though. Tiger Engine? Of course. Lord Hammy with the 13 months. Thank you. Dude, and look, I'm not saying we would make it. If somebody else makes it, oh my God. I would fucking eat that shit up. I would love the idea of an entire server coming together and trying to clear balls, and if you die, you reset. It would be heartbreaking, frustrating, but man, it would feel so good. It would feel so good, brother, when you cleared it. When you cleared that shit. You would quit after a week. Like the grindiest roguelike of all times. You would watch it but not participate? Fuck yeah, I would participate. What are you talking about? We would all go in. This is how we would handle this. We would say, all right. We would have people on burner accounts. We would say, okay, there's the boss. Go inside the room. Doors close. Record everything. All right? Say we send Joe in there. Joe goes in there, records everything. Gets instantly fucked, but we got a little bit of mechanics. You know where I'm coming from? All right, get that footage. All right, now we're going to send in a couple more guys, right? And that way we get a kind of an idea of what's going on behind that door. A worthy sacrifice. But if you have burner accounts, it defeats the purpose. Here's the reality. How you solve this is you always have an insane enraged face in the bottom 10% of health of every boss that no burner account will ever get to. So yeah, you may feel confident with the 90% portion of the boss fight. You may go in there and be like, all right, we got this. We understand the mechanics. But it's that last 10% that's going to fuck you up. A clan of burner accounts? Yeah. I'm actually more curious to see how people would clear something like that. Like, how would people work together? How would they come together? You know, and then how quickly would the game die out? Because you guys are right. Most people don't want that type of experience. They want a rewarding game experience where they feel like they're always making progress. You know what I mean? That sounds too hard. Potentially, man. Potentially.
Checking right now.
Yeah. Cheating would be the biggest problems. Yeah.
All data has a lineage,
Yeah.
no matter
No, cheating is the biggest problem. Somebody data mining this shit. You know what I mean? That would be arguably the biggest issues. Mods, have we got an updated Excel spreadsheets? Yeah. We're dying on public events and you want us to fight world bosses? Damn straight. Paul Tassie's got an article. Okay, y'all can send it to me. Let me use the restroom. Hold on, guys. No, I got some food, boys. We're good. We're good. Here's what's wrong with Destiny 2 Seasons Pass. Excuse me. Season Passes. From Paul Tassi. Paul! Hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. Pull it up. Time to question my existence. Hey, no shit talking here about Paul. I like Paul. I mean, hold on. Is everyone here happy about the season pass? It seems like there's a lot of people talking shit about this. Are you happy with the way the season pass is? It's okay. Must be nice living with just okay. Wow, Destiny. Players. I guess okay is enough. Sounds a little apathetic. If we're focused on season pass out of everything, we got problems. I don't know, Les. What else? Why not focus on season pass plus everything? Hold on. And what is even everything? The root of all problems right now inside of Destiny is lack of content. That's it. That's really the root of it. No, lack of players. Motherfucker, what do you think attracts players? Content. And a lot of it. Important context, DMG asked first. Oh. No, it's lack of players. Arc Raider manages to keep a high player base with relatively modest content volume. That's because their content is extremely replayable. It's still a lot of content, hence expeditions and other things. Are you guys fucking with me right now? Are you guys for real? In any game. Okay, hold on. You're saying, how would you get more players? Give me something outside of adding more content that would bring players back. Hold on. Enlighten me on this. I would love to be enlightened. Good PR. Okay, good PR. Now bring it. Hold on. What is the PR going to say? Give me an example of good PR that does not involve content. Roadmap? What's on a roadmap? Hold on. That's a great way to put it. What's on a roadmap? Content! Hot damn it! We just arrived at the same fucking conclusion. And now you just saw in real time what happened with the development of Anthem. Right here, this interaction. Except there was no boss around until the very end that said, you is a dumbass. Officially enlightened. Yeah, Paul's always been Forbes. We need a roadmap. We need silver in the season pass. We need regular Pantheon style into light level events. Okay, O'Dragon. Instead of asking us about season pass, ask us what content we enjoyed the most. We're reading a survey list of all the old content and we pick our favorites. Use your cloud to get Les a job at Bungie. Les can get a job at Bungie right now if he wanted to. All he has to do is apply. You don't even know how to program anymore. Les, get hired at Bungie. Day one, put Claude's dick right inside the server. Say the words for me. Opus. Make this shit desirable. Cook, baby. Cook. Day two, fired. I'll chop that clinker dick right off. Opus, make clan housing. Dude, y'all joke? Y'all fucking joke? It would. It would. It would. It fucking would. Add space dogfights. I mean, the first thing that needs to be done is, hey, fix this damn engine. All right, Bungie asks, what's wrong with Destiny 2 Season Pass? From Paul Tats here, guys. Bungie's monetization Destiny 2 has always been wide-reaching, covering loads of different classes of items. But there's one that's pretty standard. It's Seasonal Battle Pass. It has remained locked in relatively the same holding pattern for years now. And Bungie's asking how players feel about it, courtesy of Principal Community Manager to DMG. When Bungie asks questions, I usually answer, and I'll write out my thoughts below. First, what the Destiny 2 Season Pass does well. I've liked almost all of the armor ornament sets that have been put into the Battle Pass for a long while now, save one or two, and I do actually like the idea of putting one final universal ornament at the end of the biggest grind for the biggest grinders as well. An optional pursuit, but a good one. That said, you're still paying $10 for these fundamentally since they're on the premium track. The rest, however, well, let's go through it. I think Bungie could afford to put 2 armor ornament sets in the battle pass instead of just 1. Seasons have been overloaded with paid armor sets for a long while now. A combination of the past, holiday events, and Eververse. That's combined with the new sets in the Portal era that are sometimes just recolors of one another. Now, with one season being 6 months long, they still make just as many paid sets every 3 months. Plus, they sell 2 battle passes, despite little new game content being added. It's not as if adding a second set to the paid track is free, as you're still paying for the pass, so I think it's worth considering. An exotic weapon ornament that isn't the seasonal one. You get the seasonal exotic, you get an ornament for it at the end, yeah, all right, but Bungie adding a single exotic ornament skin in the entire 150 rank pass does not seem like a bridge too far, given how many are made per year. Scaled armor and weapons, this is just something that has been lost in the shuffle of the tier system. I'm getting 100% tier 5s in the game now, but every piece of armor and weapon in the past is tier 2, which is the modern day equivalent of getting a blue. Not that even tier 5s would be amazing, given that we are positively drowning in those. Still, scale them, which seems pretty obvious. At best, I pull them too quickly to infuse something I don't have a drop immediately on hand for, but that's it. Fair. I don't know, man. It's like season pass, kind of whatever to me. I'm gonna be honest. I would rather, like, if I looked at my season pass right now, what I'm in desperate need of is good in-game materials, like more Sinus Shards, more Prisms. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know some of you guys like the ornaments and stuff like that, but like I would just want it to be loaded down. Like, instead of this being 1 Sinus Shard, especially up in this track, like this track, each one of these should be like 10 Sinus Shards. Boom, 10, 10, 10. Instead of it being 3 Prisms, this thing should be like 15 or 20 Prisms. Boom, boom. And if you want to make it even grindier, make it grindier. You know, I want it to be a dense amount of in-game materials. And hell, before we even start talking about fixing season pass, dude, we need to get to a point where we can just hold more materials, like completely double, if not triple, the caps of all materials in the game, especially when it comes to prisms and Ascendant Shards. Like, I want to be able to grind for these things and have a good storage of them. Remove the score bonus. It's very close to paying for power, given that a full on 15% score bonus in activities can push you over the edge from a crap reward to a good one. Not fair for non-paying players, given how some of the margins can be in the portal. Yeah, there's a bonus there. Not expiring passes. I get that Bungie implemented chronologs as a stopgap to claim old alerts, but at this point, fewer and fewer games have expiring battle passes, erasing something people pay for just because they couldn't grind enough. Let them all be permanent. Let players pick what they're grinding for at any given time without losing the bonuses unlocked through the passes. Chronologs could still let you pick and choose specific items without grinding if you want that. Yeah, I think that's, again, we go through the extension there that allows you to access old season passes. But what Paul is saying is the ability to grind, actually grind old season passes. More Synthwave templates too. Come on. It's bad enough that Transmog has been sold from the start anyway. Yep. Then outside of the past, we have something that went away as Renegades, where there are no longer seasonal spanning challenges that you can return to and complete during the season at your leisure for big XP. Instead, they have been replaced by orders, daily challenges, and disappearing weekly challenges for seemingly no other reason than engagements. You can keep that stuff, but this is not the time to be annoying by removing well-liked things like seasonal challenges to actually make grinding out the battle pass worse. So those are mine. Any to add? Well, I will say I actually am like a big fan of orders here, or yeah, these active orders. Like, I'm a big fan of them. I think that this was arguably one of the best things Bungie has added. As a matter of fact, if you got rid of the entire portal And I know this is about season pass, but if you got rid of the entire portal and just left me this, and that's it. I'm good. I don't need literally any of this. This is all I need right here. This is all I need. As far as the season pass goes, I mean, look, man, I don't really care. It's like, what? How can you improve? You can load down the premium track, I guess. You can make this exotic catalyst not be a level 90, a rank 90 drop. I don't know what happened here. It used to be all the way down here at 20 something, you know, or yeah, somewhere around that mark, maybe 30. But putting it all the way up at 90 is like, what? You know where I'm coming from? You know, a lot of people saying like load it out with cosmetics. Sure. Again, I'm in more need for in-game materials, but maybe that's just me. I think what would be cool is if you can choose. Imagine if you level up, you reach rank 54, and like say you have strange coins and you're already capped. It'd be cool if I can click that and they gave me like 3 equivalent options, like what Bungie's equivalent options for. Maybe that's too much for a pass. That'd be nice. Could put some silver in there. That would be nice. Yeah, especially this track. This track that's 101 to 110. Imagine this 101 to 110. If 110. And I mean, if Bungie wanted to extend the XP on it, sure. But imagine if that had like 5,000 silver. I think that would be massive. I think people would love that. Easy to 500. Nah, man. Fucking put 5,000 in that bitch. They ain't gonna give away $50 for free. All right. Make a rank past 110. 2,000 or 200. 300. 5,000 silver at rank 300. Hold on, hear me out. It may take 100 something hours to get the 5,000 silver. Think about how many people will be playing for that. Not happening. Yeah. Anyways, I will say at the top of my to-do list, season pass is not it. You know what I mean? You know, I think Bungie wants to. They're probably looking to implement some changes, like season pass changes going into the next update, or Ash and Iron style update coming in March. So they may be talking about those changes going into that. Which hold on. Do we get a? Yeah, lawless pass ends 48 days, 21 hours. Yeah. Bro, you saw how fast they passed the silver glitch, and you think they're just going to add it to the reward track? If you want people playing your game, look, at some point, Bungie has to look at themselves and go, all right, we give 5,000 silver away. However, we got 250 hours of gameplay from this individual. got to mean something. That's got to mean something, man. People will complain about it. I went from 0 to 3,000 hours in 2 years, so bring it. A lot of games give you in-game currencies in the battle pass. Like with 2 battle passes, you can buy 1. In Fortnite, we get free currency, which makes you log in and finish the pass. Yeah. Anyways, just a thought, everybody. Just a thought.
How many megabytes can a Warlock's mind process per second?
Hold on, I'm pulling this up. Supposedly Marathon tweeted today. We see everything. Glimpse into the Cryo Archive, the first floor of the UESC Marathon. Cryo Archive is locked at launch. Once the way opens, bring your in-game build and solve raid-like security measures to pillage frozen vaults, breach the 7 vault to challenge an entity even the UESC fears. God, I can't wait to play this. Okay, hold on. Shit. Oh man, you ever get ready to sneeze and then it just stops? Damn it, dude. Damn it. I'm really curious to see how Bungie's going to balance this. Can you imagine being in the middle of a raid mechanic? You're sitting there trying to, I don't know. You're sitting there trying to do the mini raid mechanics that we've done over the years inside of Destiny, and then some asshole just blasts you from behind with a damn shotgun. I don't know, man. I don't know. It could be, I don't know how crazy Bungie's going to get with the mechanics here. I think people are going to work together till the very end. Potentially. Or there's going to be people that... It may go the route of Arc Raiders, where people do work together. But then eventually shitters are going to come in. Optimistic boomers. I personally don't think people are going to be as nice in Marathon as they are in Arc Raiders. I think Marathon or Arc Raiders has a kind of like a culture. Like, look, I put it to you like this. playing Arc Raiders in solos, especially, at least, I don't know, after it came out. I remember one time I like killed a guy and he just shamed me to death. And he didn't mean to, like, he wasn't like hating on me. He's like, he just went off and started saying all kinds of stuff. Nothing rude or mean, but he was just like, man, dude, I really just wanted to have a good gaming session. I had a bad day at work. My girlfriend left me. This is all I had. I just really wanted to get out with this loot right here. And like, you're like, damn, you know, you feel guilt. He could have been lying, but you're like, what if this guy really, life is really that bad? And this is it. This is all he wanted to do was just safely extract with a single purple, you know? But inside of Marathon, I don't think anyone's even going to have that opportunity to even like, I think people are just going to immediately just kill, you know? You take his loot and then you tell him his ex was the best he ever had. Oh my God. No one in here ever do that. No one in here ever do that. No. Jesus. Bungie's community is so fucking toxic. I really think what's going to happen is the Arc Raider community, which is a very nice community. It's a lovely community. It really is. They're going to expect some of these same interactions inside of Marathon when they first pick it up. And it's just not going to go that way. You know what I'm saying? It's just not going to go that way. Live by the goop, die by the goop. It's on site. Runners versus Raiders. All right. I mean, look, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. We'll see if it's good. From now until then, though, the game I'm going to be paying attention to is Hive. That's really what we're going to be looking at. Speaking of Marathon, though, there was an article that came out about it right here. Marathon League shows first look at 55 runner skins, including deluxe edition cosmetics. I saw this. Let me just ask, is the drip good? I'm not saying that's like the deciding factor for me, by no means. Obviously, gameplay is the most important. But is the drip good? I want some ball and drip. It's okay. All ass. They're just recolors? Wait, hold on. A new Marathon League gives us a first look at 55 skins for all 6 runners, including some skins for the deluxe edition of the game. Bungie's upcoming extraction to the Marathon is set to release in March. Yada, yada. All right, studio recently released a new vision of Marathon Vidoc, giving a player an updated look at the game with sharper visuals, details about how the game plays, new runners, maps, and what Bungie is aiming for at launch. Since then, the developer has also been sharing more teasers on social media, pretty much almost weekly, if not daily. Over the last year, following Marathon's closed alpha, Bungie has run several closed playtests. The latest one took place in December, running from December 12th to the 16th. Like the earlier tests, it was under strict NDA, which meant players couldn't publicly share footage or talk in detail about what they saw. As a result, things like cosmetics and how deep customization goes have mostly stayed out of view. But now it looks like we finally have our first real look at runner skins for all 6 runners in Marathon, and honestly, some of them look really cool. Marathon Runner Skins leak reveals 55 cosmetics for all 6 runners. The images come from a player who took part in the December playtest and later uploaded all of the skins to a public website with a downloadable link. That's how the game post was able to access them. We've edited and cropped the images to remove any identifying information. Based on what we've seen, there are 55 total skins currently in the game. Here's how they break down by runner, triage, destroyer, assassin, thief, recon, and vandal. John Bungie got his ass for sure. The skins aren't bad. As for what these skins actually look like, it's a mix. Some of these skins are simple recolors of the base runner skin, changing materials or color patterns. Others appear more unique with noticeable visual changes that go beyond a basic color swap. There also seems to be skins that could be tied to battle passes, though nothing about that is confirmed yet. There's also Marathon Deluxe Edition skins leak. A handful of the leaked screenshots include on-screen text that reads things like Promo SKU Deluxe and Source Marathon Deluxe Edition. Based on what it appears, the Deluxe Edition of Marathon will include at least 4 exclusive skins. From what we've seen so far, those Deluxe Edition skins are tied to the following runners: Destroyer, Vandal, Assassin, and Thief. Did someone breach NDA to post this? I guess. I'm not under NDA. Can we look at this? You should look at it off screen and just shows the reaction. I mean, of all the things to be anal about, or you know what I mean, it's just drip. You know what I mean? Yeah, I was saying, like, if it was like we're watching full-blown leaked gameplay, that's one thing. But it's just drip. What? Okay, I guess he got taken. I guess he got taken down. Damn. It's like the Epstein files. Redacted. All right. No. Yeah, I don't know. Not showing up. I don't see it, boys. I don't see it. It was mostly just different color combos. Quickest DMCA in the West. Damn, I wanted to see the drip, dude. Let's see if I can pull it up somewhere. No. That shit gone, boys. That shit gone. Bungie just shut that down. Well, looky there. Well, if you're wondering what the drip looks like, I don't know. But obviously, Bungie doesn't want you to know. Not yet. I know where you can find it. Hell no. If Bungie's sending out, if Bungie's shutting this down, we're good. I'm all right. I'm on probation right now anyways. Supposedly YouTube thinks we dropped sexual conduct just because we say lick my ass. Or sexual content. That's what it says. We drop sexual content. So we're on probation till April. So lots of bleeping. Cross YouTube is a joke nowadays. I mean, I hope we can appeal it, but I haven't been able to appeal it yet. So stop dropping sexual content then. You got Reddit posts of the skins you wanted. No, I don't want Bungie sending some strikes. I'm good. I'm good. Look, there's going to be skins though. I don't know what they look like, but I hope they're good. I really do hope they're good, because if one thing Bungie does do right inside of Destiny, I actually think we have some pretty fire drip over here. You know, I think especially like weapons and stuff, weapon ornaments and everything, I think our drip over here is pretty good. Granted, it's pretty much can only buy it via silver, but yeah, bright dust and things like that. I would definitely like to see drip on that level though. Okay, I think it needs to be on the level that Destiny has, that we've grown accustomed to inside of Destiny. Have great drip. It's just a copy paste of Star Wars. Brother, you want to look at my character right now? Huh? Look at that. You don't know if I'm about to save you or fuck you. This is what I'm talking about. This is kind of shit that I need. I need a marathon. All right? That's what I'm saying.
How many thetabytes can a warlock's mind process per second?
What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it means. I don't know. Bro looks like the VIP from Squid Games. Really, really. Anyways, I just want drip to be this good. I want drip to be this good inside of Marathon. Another YouTube strike. See, this is why you're on probation. Well, maybe. Potentially. Potentially. All right, chat. There is a video I want to watch. Its original title was Destiny 1 did it better, but right here it says Destiny 2 needs this. Oh, yes, yes. A wonderful video here from Llama. Yeah. God damn it with the videos. Oh, man, I feel like shit, boys. I don't want to play. I don't want to play no GM right now. Man, I'm over here running fever right now. I feel like shit. Look. Woo game this week. Let me get over this shit. There's nothing in the game right now. Let them react. There's some truth to that. There's really not a whole lot happening. The last thing we need to do this week, though, we do need to get Ascendant and Comp. Now, that's going to be a bitch. I do need to do that. Okay, hold on. We shall poll this. What would you rather? Me watch this video here from Llama, or we go play this GM Vanguard alert? I will let you vote on it. Y'all can vote on it. Yeah. Let me grab this day quick. Don't give me just a second. God, doggy, man, I'm so achy right now. Chat, one won the poll. The video did by how much? How much did it win by? Comp on console. A new game. A fair amount. 69% for real? It landed on 69? Wow. Okay. Oh my lord. All right, let's do this.
Destiny 2 are very different games. It's actually Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 are very different games. It's actually pretty crazy to see how far the franchise has come in the 11 or so years it's been going. And I do want to make it clear, despite the title of the video, Destiny 2 as a whole is objectively a better game than Destiny 1. Yes. However, that isn't to say that Destiny 2 has perfectly iterated on everything that Destiny 1 introduced. In fact, I believe there are still certain systems and features that the original did better that are currently lacking inside of the sequel, which is exactly the topic of today's video, where we're going to be covering exactly what I and many in the community have agreed Destiny 1 did better. Now, of course, videos like these are very susceptible to the good old rose-tinted glasses, so in all of my discussion points, I have tried to keep things as realistic to today's standards as possible. However, I do genuinely believe in some of the points we're about to discuss, and I promise they're not hyperbole or just nostalgia taking over. So if you enjoy today's content and resonate with the talking points, then your like and subscription would be very much appreciated. The first thing I want to discuss
before we go any further, I'm going to take this opportunity. Oh my God, hold on. Before we go any further, I'm going to take this opportunity to bring up our Lord and Savior Destiny Classic. Guys, you may think you don't want to play Destiny Classic until it is in our hands. And let me just say, you would love it. Even the most negative people here about a Destiny Classic would love playing Destiny Classic. All right, we'll continue.
Yeehaw. Resonate with the talking points, then your like and subscription would be very much appreciated. The first thing I want to discuss that I feel Destiny 1 did better is factions and vendors, because in Destiny 1 and also at the beginning of Destiny 2's life cycle, the three factions, Dead Orbit, New Monarchy, and Future War Cult, were prominent gameplay systems that offered separate progression mechanisms alongside the usual rituals. Factions were removed as a feature when Forsaken launched in Destiny 2, and admittedly, a similar system has made a comeback with the Syndicates in Renegades. However, here are the reasons why Destiny 1 handled them better and why I think they should return. For starters, in Destiny 1 you would pledge to a faction of your choice, and now any activity you completed, be it a strike, crucible match, or I believe raid, would award you with reputation for your chosen faction. Once you had gathered enough reputation, you would level up your faction, and in return they offered a selection of rewards. And in the state that Destiny 1 was left in, you could choose from either weapons, armor, or chroma, with the last option being a separate cosmetic feature that isn't that important. Each of these factions offered tons of exclusive weapons and armor, and the vendors that represented them would host randomized weekly offerings incentivizing you to come back every week and check if the ones on sale happened to be god rolls. And many fan favorite weapons came from factions, including things like the original Hung Jury Scout Rifle or the Unto Dust rocket launcher from Dead Orbit, to name a couple. Furthermore, dedication to your faction was rewarded in the form of exotic class items, where reaching rank 25 would offer you a quest to obtain this class item, and once you had earned it, wearing it would further increase reputation gains, thus allowing you to farm rank up packages faster. And yeah, you'd want to be doing this because not only did the factions offer quality weapons and armor, each one had super rare cosmetics like ships and shaders that were highly sought after. One that comes to mind is the Hanged Man shader from Dead Orbit. I remember myself and my friends grinding non-stop to simply earn ourselves a clean black and white shader, which is exactly why this system is so awesome in the first place. As I mentioned at the beginning of the video, factions are a separate gameplay system that you engage with in the background while playing all of these standard rituals. They act as a nice side bonus that offer you a decent selection of rewards every once in a while, as well as plenty of rare cosmetics to keep you playing the game and ranking up your faction. One of the things I praised the most from Renegades was the Praxic Blade crystal grind, because tying each of these cosmetic colors to just pure RNG chance from engaging with the core Renegades activities has resulted in a really engaging chase. Because hell yeah, I want to collect all the colors. And something as simple as this, I guarantee you, has generated at least 50 plus hours of gameplay out of me. And it's not just for some pretty colors. So not only did factions offer offer meaningful gameplay rewards, they also extended playtime by a considerable amount for the people who wanted the rare ships and shaders. And given the success of the Praxic Blade, I definitely think Bungie need to lean more into this in the future. Rare cosmetic chases always keep people playing, and the way factions handle this and more in Destiny 1 is something I sorely miss. The syndicates in Renegades are a nice little blast from the past, however they aren't perfect and are of course strictly limited to the Renegades experience, not the game as a whole. And just imagine if instead they were able to be ranked up by playing anything you wanted and had their rewards and systems tweaked slightly. What if each time you ranked them up you were guaranteed a shiny accelerated assault blaster weapon? What if these syndicate shaders were not a guarantee like they are now and instead just a random chance from rank ups? What if there were more shaders, emblems, mementos? I could go on. Furthermore, time periods in Destiny where there isn't really that much going on, such as right now, where the honeymoon phase of Renegades has pretty much come to a close, are perfect opportunities for systems like factions to truly shine, because having the unique loot and rare cosmetics give players a solid reason to log back in and grind. And in my opinion, having a similar system in Destiny 2 would very much help with these more quiet periods we now seem to be more commonly finding ourselves in. The faction vendors weren't the only ones that offered these reward track systems that also came with rare cosmetics though. The Crucible Quartermaster and Crucible Handler, aka Shax, featured these same exact systems, but as you may guess, were tied to the Crucible, and depending on your Guardian class, either Zavala, Ikora, or Cade would act as representatives of the Vanguard that also offered rank up packages featuring the same choice between weapons, armor, or chroma.
I almost feel like this worked well for Destiny though, because we just didn't have as many drops per activity. Like the amount of loot you get per activity completion, it's just so much, you know. You get a lot of loot, whereas Destiny 1 was really dialed back, really pulled back on that. You got your one drop, and so it made you pursue these other avenues because you were just hungry for any drops, you know what I mean? I do love the idea of cosmetics though, like having, but I just don't, man. We've opened Pandora's box a long time ago. The moment Eververse, like, remember when Eververse was first brought to us back in D1 in its limited selection then? Everybody's like, oh, this is okay. Just remember, that was the tip. And only the tip. We got full shaft right now, okay? And it's going deeper and deeper every season. So, I don't know if Bungie's ever going to pull back on the whole cosmetic, you know, and start dropping cosmetic. I hope they do, but everything's just tied to Eververse. You know what I mean? This is bullshit because I would say weapon wise, we get so much loot as is. You know what I mean? But, dude, I'm going to say it, man. I think the people that say they miss factions, I just think they're kind of living on nostalgia. I think factions were lame, uninteresting, lacked narrative, lacked identity outside of a black shader or whatever. The drip was bad. The only one that was somewhat interesting was Lixmi, and that was because she was trying to overthrow the Vanguard and eradicate Elixni, which was something of flavor. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, dude, I just don't think factions were that interesting. Yeah, okay. Let me back up real quick. I don't think Dead Orbit and New Monarchy and Future War Cult and the way they were presented to us was that interesting. I do like the factions and how they were presented here with Renegades, but again, that's a seasonal flavor. What we're talking about here is something that's going to persist season to season, and I would want more, you know? I would want true identity with the faction. Like, I want to be able to pledge to Tex Mechanica. And I don't know. Like, I mean, I want there to be a lot of, class identity to Tex Mechanica and use Tex Mechanica weapons. I should be rewarded for taking out other people in other factions. Maybe even have faction wars. Have Tex Mechanica, people rocking Tex Mechanica weapons against Soros weapons. Like, literally, like, Foundry Wars would be dope. Because then you would really know. You'd be like, all right, which one? I've got my kit of Amalon weapons. You got your kit of Soros weapons. Let's Foundry Wars. Let's do it. I mean, corporate warfare is dope. Hell yeah. Like Cyberpunk. Oh man, I would eat that shit up.
Same choice between weapons, armor, or chroma. The Cryptarch also offered a rank system, which again had a bunch of rare cosmetics attached to it, as well as giving you a bonus amount of resources each time you ranked up. Overall, the faction system, and more generally how vendors were treated and respected in Destiny 1, is something I will always miss, and I hope Bungie see the feedback from Renegades as a sign to potentially revive the idea in the future. Bare minimum though, I would love for vendors like Zavala, Shaxx, and Drifter to once again have featured reward tracks that offer gear from their respective modes. Right now they feel so dead and unimportant, which is a stark contrast to how Destiny 1 handled factions and vendors as a whole.
Yeah.
Next, I want to highlight certain elements of the looting experience that I believe Destiny 1 did better, starting with everyone's favorite, strike-specific loot. In Destiny 1, strike-specific loot was a system that made it so every single strike offered one or multiple unique pieces of loot you could only earn from that strike. And the way this worked is that at the end of every strike you would get standard rewards like usual, but there was also a locked chest which you could only open with something called a skeleton key, and doing so would guarantee a piece of strike-specific loot, with infamous examples including the Imago loop hand cannon from the Undying Mind strike. This one came with the Fatebringer role of Firefly explosive payload, which was especially coveted after the original Fatebringer was sunset. The Titan Maulers gauntlets earnable from the Shield Brothers strike, which looked super awesome, and similarly the Mongrel Ogre's grasps from the Summoning Pit strike that literally made you look like Fogoth. This system is great for two reasons. Firstly, because you had one or multiple reasons to run specific strikes if you wanted to collect every single unique drop, and two, the cosmetics on offer were super cool because, as you saw with the previous options, you were literally able to wear a piece of the enemy you killed. There are plenty more examples of strike-specific armor that are just that, and overall, it's just a very cool feature. Not to mention the fact that a lot of the weapons were also really good. Having something like a unique drop for each activity within the portal would be something I'd really love to see, and in fact, this was one of the ideas I had for my portal video. Imagine running Caldera had the chance to give you a special version of Giver's Blessing that had an extra origin trait like nanotech tracer rockets, and had the chance to drop with attrition orbs in column 3. Same goes for Conquest as well. Imagine if each of those had unique drops. It would certainly give more of a reason to rerun them, and thankfully, since that video, Bungie have re-added Grandmaster Nightfalls in the form of GM Vanguard alerts, which do feature a weekly specific drop. However, the system can be iterated on. The second element of the loot chase, which I believe Destiny 1 did better, was rare cosmetics, and we already touched on this a little bit in the faction section, but it wasn't just them that offered rare ships and shaders. Most activities had some sort of rare drop that you'd always be excited to see. Things like ship schematics could drop, which allowed you to exchange them for a new ship from Amanda Holiday, but at least to me, by far the best rare cosmetics were the ones you could earn from raids. Who here remembers ships like Nano Phoenix from Wrath of the Machine, sparrows like the XVO Timebreaker from Vault of Glass, which was also a Destiny 1 exclusive sparrow type known as an overdrive sparrow, which allowed you to go faster at the cost of your sparrow exploding, or the coveted Weldfire shader from Wrath of the Machine that gave an awesome black and orange look. The one thing that all of these cosmetics had in common is that they were substantially rare and required multiple runs of the raid they came from for you to ever have a chance of earning them. But whenever you saw someone using these cosmetics, you would think, damn, that guy's got some really sweet loot, I really want that. And of course, it also incentivized playing the raid a bunch, getting your weekly runs in, and having a good time with your friends. Trials of...
Does anyone else feel that way about cosmetics anymore? We just have back then we just didn't have that many options. Like back then, everyone just had variations of ugly. And so like when something looked even remotely kind of good, it was like, ooh, let's get that. You know what I mean? Whereas today, dude, you could just buy from the Eververse store and become whatever you want to be. You know what I mean? Like, I'm really curious, if you're out in the wild, is there a single cosmetic that makes you go, damn, look at that guy. He must have put in work for that. I only really care about emblems now. I feel like emblems is the only thing that has retained prestige. I feel like cosmetics has just, Eververse has eroded the prestige of cosmetics. I don't think there's a single ship. I mean, every now and then some of you guys may comment on a ship that I'm using and may be like, oh, that's a cool ship, but it's very rare, you know?
Is that your ghost, Guardian? It will take care of you.
I used to feel that way about Titus. They flooded that, unfortunately. Triska with the 10 months. Thank you so much. Even then, some emblems are literally prestigious because they were purchased from events or donation goals. Yeah. Emblems are handed out like shitty candy. It's such a weird thing, man. It's such a strange thing. Yeah. It's hard to keep prestige in a game when you offer so many equivalent items for money. You know where I'm coming from? I used to play a game called RuneScape, and RuneScape ran into a similar situation where, I mean, at one time, walking around with certain outfits, certain rarities meant something. But when, you know, in-game monetization got baked in, suddenly everybody got wings on, looking like fairies and shit. You know where I'm coming from? It eroded the prestige of some of those items, you know. I felt that back in WoW.
Osiris also offered the Trials ornaments, which I believe you could only get one per week, which funnily enough is actually something that carried over into Trials of the Nine in Destiny 2 with the flawless ornaments there. Yeah. However, when you saw someone with a full Trials ornament set in Destiny 1, you just knew that player was talented. And also, they looked absolutely amazing. If there's one thing...
I mean, talented? Maybe. I will say it was hot. It was sexy looking armor. Yeah, it was sexy looking armor. Yeah. More like got fucking recoved. That shit was going on like crazy. D1, D2.
That Bungie nailed, it was the cosmetic chase across the entire game. And I think rare cosmetic chases are something Destiny 2 is sorely lacking and could really do with going forward. Like I mentioned earlier, the Praxic Blade colors are a really good step in the right direction, and I hope Bungie continue to move this way. However, as things stand currently, Destiny 1 did it better. Next, I want to discuss something that's particularly relevant to the current state of Destiny 2, and that is the weekly rotator tab that Destiny 1 featured, and how it has some pretty obvious parallels with the portal from Destiny 2. Inside the director in Destiny 1, neatly positioned in the bottom left corner, was a selection of activity nodes that changed either weekly or daily, including but not limited to a weekly rotating raid, a weekly Prison of Elders challenge, a weekly Nightfall strike, the Siva Crisis Heroic Strike playlist, a daily rotating story mission playlist, and a weekly Crucible playlist like Mayhem, Zone Control, or Clash.
Now, if you're wondering why does something like that exist, consolidation, which is kind of the issue with the portal, because it has really no consolidation. It tries. Somebody find me the GDC panel. There's a GDC panel that I saw going around this weekend on Twitter, and it was essentially talking about originally Bungie was going to implement the portal back in Destiny 1, and it was terrible, and so they pulled it out. Somebody find me that, please.
ass-kicking story mission playlist, and a weekly Crucible playlist like Mayhem, Zone Control, or Clash. This little menu was essentially a super easy way of seeing where to start your week every time reset rolled around. Knock out a Nightfall with some friends to farm some strange coins, play some Crucible and Strikes to earn Treasures of Ages, which were essentially loot boxes that gave some sweet Eververse cosmetics. God, how gaming was different back in 2016. Or if everyone was online, you'd tackle the weekly featured raid, because this was also at the time when the Age of Triumph update was a thing, and can we just talk about that for a second? Every single raid in the game brought up to power with updated rewards, updated mechanics and difficulty, and a killer cosmetic chase in the form of the Age of Triumph ornaments. These armor sets were nothing short of peak and made running the raids so incredibly worth it. Not to mention, on top of all of the updated weapons, armor, and so on. The weekly rituals tab is ultimately comparable to the likes of the Portal or even Vanguard Alert, since the former is trying to achieve a similar thing. However, in Destiny 2, we don't have any updated raids or dungeons for that matter. It's just Desert Perpetual and Equilibrium for the time being, and neither have cosmetic chases on the level of the Age of Triumph ornaments, except maybe the Taken Crystal for the Praxic Blade. The Portal in general is a decent stab at a daily/weekly checklist system, but more.
Let me pull this up real quick, guys. Came across this old GDC presentation, and it's kind of horrifying in retrospect. This segment literally details Bungie's iterating the director into the portal in D1, realizing it didn't work for the exact reasons you would expect, and then being forced to backtrack. This was in 2013. Let me just pull this up.
The gas giants are multiple destinations at each planet, only to find out later that those weren't even going to be problems for us. So trying not to get hung up on a lot of the little details was a bit of a challenge. Some designs didn't make it past the black and white motion comps, and then some made it all the way into the engine. But all in all, we had probably 8 or 9 major revisions with probably about 3 that we put into the game. You know, we tried some with the roster in the director, and then we tried some where we actually got rid of the director as a whole, and put in a menu just right in orbit, like this example here, so that you didn't even have to leave the page to get to this. And then we categorized everything. It's like, this is the strike for the week, this is the you know, the raid, the Crucible, and all this stuff. And here is where we landed. Now, this is like at the end of the development cycle. And we had basically streamlined the process, solved lots of issues, and made it absolutely easy to do.
It really is the fucking portal. Holy shit. This is 2000. This is what did he say? 2013? Oh my God, dude. It really is the fucking portal.
But you wanted to, and do it extremely efficiently. But we had totally sucked all the fun and cool stuff that we had in that very first prototype, and we realized that we'd somehow gone astray. So this was an important lesson we learned, is that when you're iterating and improving and trying to fix everything from the last iteration, you got to take a look at all your previous iterations instead of just the last one, because then it can start driving you in the wrong course. And Jason was the first to recognize this and call it to our attention. And while we accomplished this first set of goals, he gave us a few more that he really wanted us to work on, so we could clarify the important things about.
Basically the same UI as Fireteam Finder, just vertical. Check DMC UI in 2011. Hold on, let's just get. So he's saying Jason Jones pointed out this issue. But let's continue listening.
The director design. So he said it has to offer a sense of place, give people kind of this sense of wonder, this really cool environment.
Yeah.
It also had to show you your past and your future, so that you knew, you know, like, oh, look, Venus is unlocked, I can go there soon, you know, and you can see everything that you'd done previously. It also had to display the dependencies between activities. So like if you had to unlock Venus before you could unlock Mars and so on and so forth. So it was the 11th hour. We knew we had to get this out like ASAP. If there's any producers in here, you were probably sweating bullets for me just thinking about the idea of making a major change that late. We're talking just a few months before we shipped. So we built a working prototype as rapidly as possible. We pilfered a guy from our web team to build a rapid prototype using CSS, HTML, JavaScript. And, like I said, we were out of time. Our specs were mostly executing. Oh. It's not optimal, but rapid prototype using CSS, HTML, JavaScript. And, like I said, we were out of time. Our specs were mostly complete, and we just didn't have all the details figured out, but we just had to execute. So we started executing. It's not optimal, but we had to move. Anyway, this is where we landed. We were very happy with the result, loved the design and the solutions that we landed at. It has kind of this mixture of sci-fi and fantasy, this ancient cartography look and feel to it. So I've talked about our UI and shown you the stills and bits and pieces. The gas giants are multi-landed.
God, dude. Okay, I just want to give you an A/B test. Which one kills your gamer boner? A, B, why are we watching this? I'm watching this because I'm asking myself, this is a problem that Bungie saw and fixed over a decade ago. So how did we end up with something like the portal inside of Destiny 2? The portal is easier for new players. So let me bring up a point to that, because the point that he made was this right here. Let's listen to this.
Love the design and the solutions that we landed at. It has kind of this mixture of sci-fi and fantasy, this ancient cartography look and feel to it. So,
all right, so on your quest to simplicity, think about the things he just said. That's what you're sacrificing. And if there is one thing that's been missing from Destiny for a long time, it is that sense of wonder, that sense of exploration, which surprisingly started with literally how you interact with the world when you first load up, which is this directory. That's a great point. That's part of the soul that was Destiny. When I see the portal, I see things that make sense for, that makes sense on paper, right? Engagement, retention, mobile games, just plug and go, put them in the activity, put them on the treadmill, get them going, get them into the game. But you lose that sense of wonder. When you see this makes you go, what's possible? When you see this, you go, one, where do I even begin? And two, is this all that is possible? You see the distinction there. Is this everything? This, I wonder what's out there. This, I know what's here. This is it. No, I think it was really good that they essentially, you know, he said Jason called it out. I mean, that's, yeah. And I think like, I mean, features like this should be vibe checked, you know. I often see that mistakes happen when you try to rationalize it too much. And you're like, what this on paper is really, really good. It's like a girl that you may like. You may be like, but wait a minute. She's nice. She's kind. She's got all these attributes that would make a good quality girlfriend. This, well, she's got the fattest ass. You know what I'm saying? Hold up. You see where I'm coming from? I don't know what's behind this thickness. I don't know. Heartbreak, maybe. You know what I'm coming from? Who knows? Loss of sleep, but it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. Sexual content. Do you see where I'm coming from? I know I'm making some wild analogies here, but I think this GDC panel right here, man, is fantastic. My question is how did we end up where we are now? Repeating not even a mistake that Bungie made before, repeating a mistake that Bungie actually navigated around, had to crunch around. So this isn't something like Bungie said, oh, let's go to pivot here real quick. No, they had to crunch around this mistake. I'm sure everyone remembered whenever they had to make this change going into the launch of Destiny 1. Where's the silver lining here? What I'm hoping for, this is what I'm hoping and praying for, is that this is Bungie's way of A/B testing things for the future. What is the future? Well, damn it, I hope it's a Destiny 3, but we got no confirmation on that. I'm hoping that maybe there is a D3 being made, and perhaps someone up higher up was like, you know what? Let's try this portal shit and let it be known that it can never exist in a D3. If a D3 is to come out, it has got to recapture this. It must be the thickest of gaming asses out there. Full of mystery, wonder, possibility, torture. We'll see. We'll see. Hold on. You sent me some of 6? 6, I'm not getting your DMs. Where are you DMing me at? I don't understand, 6. Every time you send me a DM, it doesn't go, like it goes through, but I get no pings. That's so strange. I'll take a look at that video in a second. All right, back to Llama's video. Man, we really got off the path here. If D3 came out and you played it for 3 months straight, the fat ass factor would fizzle out, just like it has in D2. No. D3 can make it interesting. It's gotta do the right things, man. You know? It's gotta keep you on your on your toes. Oh my god. All right, let's continue watching.
More often than not, simple is just Desert Perpetual and Equilibrium for the time being, and neither have cosmetic chases on the level of the Age of Triumph ornaments, except maybe the Taken Crystal for the Praxic Blade. The Portal in general is a decent stab at a daily/weekly checklist system, but more often than not, simple is better, and dare I say, the easy to access simple weekly rotator from Destiny 1 did it better. Next is PvP, and this may be a bit of a hot take, but I truly believe that for Destiny to thrive as a game, there needs to be an equal focus on both PvE and PvP. Even now with—
Oh my god. Where my PvE only players at, huh? You hear this shit? Let this man speak his truth. You need both. That's what makes Destiny special. Both.
the state that Destiny 2 Crucible is in. Taking a look at the concurrent player count, we can see that 2 out of the top 5 modes are both PvP ones, and looking at recent years in Destiny 2, unfortunately PvP has taken a massive backseat when compared to PvE, and I'm mostly a PvE player, you guys know this. However, there was a time where I was genuinely into Destiny 2 PvP, and I really wish I could go back to that. And the difference with Destiny 1 is that it felt almost like PvP was more important than the PvE we all know and love. And guess what? As a result, the game did so well. Trials of Osiris was such a smashing success during House of Wolves and beyond, and literally launched careers for certain Destiny creators. Believe it or not, but there was a time where Destiny PvP was absolutely massive. And it's no surprise coming from the makers of Halo, one of the most renowned PvP franchises ever. The Taken King expansion brought 8 new Crucible maps, which is something that's really hard to imagine happening these days. The last time we got new maps was all the way back before Final Shape, where we got 3, but this was almost 2 years ago at this point. And neither Edge of Fate nor Renegades brought any substantial changes to PvP. In fact, they seem to create more problems. However, this isn't to say that Destiny 1's PvP was perfect. There were plenty of problems with the meta, especially with things like sidearms during Rise of Iron, but you've got to admit that the PvP experience was far better in the original. And I actually want to highlight a comment from the J-Man here, because he states that Destiny 1 completed the gameplay loop by actually supporting PvP, chasing weapon rolls in PvE, testing them in the Crucible, and ultimately fighting for the best gear in the game in Trials was unmatched. DLCs releasing a handful of maps was a great bonus, which is so true. PvP was the ultimate endgame in Destiny 1, it had the best loot and especially the best cosmetics, and I really hope that after Marathon releases, Bungie dedicates some serious resources to revitalizing the PvP experience in Destiny, because in my opinion, it's crucial for making sure the game remains healthy.
I'm not that hopeful. I feel like all PvP focuses on Marathon. I think anyone that... I almost feel like there was probably a conversation that took place as they were going into the development of Marathon. They were like, raise your hands if you like working on PvP content. Okay? You're now on the Marathon team. That's a bit of focus on PvP in 6 years.
Now for some quickfire miscellaneous things, obviously I have to bring up Wrath of the Machine, which I will always hope makes its way into Destiny 2 at some point. Such a beloved raid locked away, and my god how funny it would be if Destiny Rising releases their version of Wrath before the mainline game, mostly because of the recent Crota's End reprisal that happened there, which I heard was actually really solid, so props to Destiny Rising for that. But yeah, come on, we need to see...
Dude, Crota's End raid in Destiny Rising is better than Crota's End in Destiny 2. I'm not fucking with y'all. It is actually better. The part where you run up with your sword and you sit there and you are literally in an anime scene there between you and Crota, and you're smashing your butt. The fact that you not only kill Crota there at the same place we fought Crota before, but you go into his Ascendant Realm and kill his ass there. Brother. It's fantastic. If D Rising launches Wrath of the Machine, this is such a weird... We're in such a weird situation here where it's like NetEase is... They're not... I guess they're not competing, but it almost seems like they are in some ways. You know what I mean? It's like NetEase and Bungie are. Who can do Destiny better?
Wrath back in D2 someday. The tower in Destiny 1 is arguably a far better social hub than in Destiny 2, as I agree with Piggy here, the D2 tower feels so temporary, whereas the D1 tower feels much more like home. The vibes were truly unmatched, with the Traveler hanging in the background, and of course the music, the tower PA, getting on top of the vaults. Nothing from the D2 tower really feels the same. Also, everything in Destiny 1 from a content perspective is mostly still there to be played and experienced in its entirety, with the exception of things like trials or events like Iron Banner, something which isn't possible in Destiny 2 due to sunsetting. This next one is a small thing, but back in D1, strikes had variants which mixed up the enemy race you fought every time you played them. In the gameplay here, I'm running a Fallen Saber strike, yet I'm fighting Hive and Taken. And in D2, the same strike is always Fallen enemies. And the little burst of variety this system gave was really appreciated and helped to mix things up. The Eververse in Destiny 1 was far less egregious and controversial, but as I'll come to discuss shortly, that's mostly because it was a very different gaming landscape back then. Microtransactions were far less prevalent and had only just started to gain their footing, but as a result, the majority of the best cosmetics in the game were earnable through gameplay. Trials ornaments, Age of Triumph ornaments, all could be collected through the player's hard work. And now you can buy a full set of Taken armor for simply opening your wallet, which is a little sad, you know, but it's just a product of the times. I don't think we'll ever go back to a world where the coolest cosmetics are earned strictly through gameplay, though one can hope. Of course, we also can't do a video like this without mentioning Sparrow Racing League, a fan favorite event that may be returning in the future. Many pointed out that the speedometer asset from the final Renegades campaign mission was almost identical to the one from OG Sparrow Racing League, though the cope is strong with this one. However, the format in which the portal supports similar events like Heavy Metal or Call to Arms does give me some hope that Sparrow Racing League will make its return eventually, because yeah, it seems like it would fit perfectly into the way events are handled nowadays. Another personal gripe I always had with Destiny 2 is that the armor design could never top that of Destiny 1. Something about how the pieces all joined together in the first game and how overall the theming was way more science fiction rather than a mixture of fiction and fantasy like we have now, just made me more of a fan of the armor in the first game, especially the sets we got during Rise of Iron like from Wrath of the Machine and Trials. And let's not forget the character poses too. On your screen right now I'll be showcasing a couple class by class comparisons for both games, and it's hard for me to say that I prefer the Destiny 2 looks. Overall, this isn't a massive deal though, since there are also some seriously cool armor sets in Destiny 2, but I do believe Destiny 1 did it better. Finally, certain activities in Destiny 1 also took place on locations that we couldn't physically patrol. Areas like Mercury and the EDZ were only found through Crucible maps, and overall made the universe feel larger as a result. We also can't forget the infamous Nightfall glow, which you earn from completing the weekly Nightfall, allowing you to show off a little in the tower, and how exotics were super rare, coveted items that only a few people had. But to be honest with you, I think random drop exotics are long past their novelty. Me personally, I'm totally fine with them being gone, but I do sympathize with the point of view that exotics these days are mostly used for marketing and selling new pieces of content. If you look at Renegades, for example, Service of Luzaku is from the Season Pass, the Practic Blade is from the campaign, and Heirloom is the only one that's a semi-random drop. Bungie could perhaps make more exotics per expansion like they used to, placing half as random drops and the other half as quests/marketing like they are now, but I don't know how realistic that is. Though I do admit there is something I miss about seeing an exotic drop and actually being excited about what it might be. Lastly, this is something I've seen a lot of people comment on over the years, and that is the superior art direction and overall vibe that Destiny 1 has compared to Destiny 2. And while I do think that a lot of that does come down to rose-tinted glasses, to be honest, there is certainly something to be said about how Destiny 1 just feels different to Destiny 2. It's far more gritty, gruesome, more immersive at times. Think back to when you'd see fire teams opening the Vault of Glass in patrol, join random guardians battling the Court of Oryx or Archon's Forge, again in patrol. It was more mysterious, more unknown, but in a good way, and I think it just comes down to the fact that Destiny 1 was a game made in a very different time for gaming in general. There was so much less information out there, players were discovering things on their own, the universe was fresh and exciting, and overall these things just combined into a gaming experience that was truly something special and ultimately led us all to becoming devoted fans of the franchise. This isn't to say that Destiny 2 is lacking in the art direction department though, no. Some of my favorite locations like Europa, Savathun's Throne World, and and The Pale Heart are all excellent examples of a clear and brilliant artistic vision. Destiny 1 was just different, you know? In a sort of you kinda had to be there type of way. So I'll reiterate what I said at the beginning of the video. Objectively, Destiny 2 is a better game than Destiny 1. However, there are certain systems and novelties that Destiny 1 possesses that the sequel has yet to recreate. And if there's one lesson I think Bungie could learn from this, is that oftentimes simple is better. A smaller scale weekly rotator, simple progression systems like factions that offer rare cosmetics and as a result keep people playing during dry periods, a balanced approach to improving both PvE and PvP simultaneously. All of these things Bungie have done in the past, so I really hope that in 2026 Destiny can become something reminiscent of, or at least learn from the times that came before. But with that, we have come to the end of the video. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope you resonated with my points. This video took a good bit to put together, so if you enjoyed, then please be sure to leave a like and subscribe, and be sure to comment down below what you think Destiny 1 did better when compared to Destiny 2. Anyway, that's all for today. I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now, dear viewer.
Great video, Llama. Yeah, so about the art style, a lot of the effects inside, so like people bring it up. I even brought it up too, that Destiny, I had a conversation with someone at Bungie about why Destiny looked different than Destiny 2. And they essentially said it's because the effects were baked in. So whereas like now you have like your static environment, and then those effects are rendered. Back then, they would have to bake in the effects of that environment. You see where I'm coming from? So the assets themselves, like if it was like a gritty environment or something like that, or you know, certain shading and things like that, that would be baked into the asset. And so that's why it aids in that immersive feel. In a technical sense, Destiny 2 is by far like a superior looking game, but artistically, that's why Destiny 1 stands out there. Maybe go back to that if it's better. Yeah, sure. I completely agree. I think what this video really boils down to, and I think Llama really, he laid this out very, very cleanly. I think an overarching thing inside of Destiny right now is like Destiny 2 just feels incredibly solved, incredibly narrowed, and has just lost mystery. I think that's the thing. It's just lost. It's lost its mystery. We have brief moments where it recaptures that mystery, primarily at the launch of a new batch of content or a new dungeon or new raid. But the overall world itself just doesn't feel mysterious. On top of that, I would say like when you go and you look at, you know, your director, you know, like what my portal doesn't look any different than your portal. Like if this is supposed to be the hub that everyone starts off at, you know, this isn't like Warframe where you have your orbiter and you have all the level of customization that shows what you've accomplished, and you know, you're able to look at, you know, but you could still see if someone's on still path or not or whatever. There needs to be something like that represents your accomplishments when you log into the game, that showcases like, hey, this is me as a guardian outside of this is my title, this is my emblem. You know what I mean? And I don't know. Outside of that, like, I think going back to, I don't even know if this is perfect. Like, I'm not even saying the directory now here, this is perfect. It's a lot better than the portal. I've been playing Destiny 1 recently. I gotta say, I love D1, but there's such little content, but the gameplay is so fun. But D2 has much more content, but the gameplay feels stale. Honestly, if they do make a Destiny 3, they got to scrap the portal. I think one of the biggest driving factors for a sequel would need to be, how do we capture the mystery of Destiny again? You know, for me, this is what I would love to see. I mean, you can take a page out of Helldivers here. I would love to see Europa over here, and instead of Europa look like it does right here, it's all like lit up. You know what I mean? It's red, and there's an active war going on in Europa. You could drop in. You can take part in that war. You know what I'm saying? I want there to be like active things happening alongside all the different planets, and I'm using Europa as an example. Wherever we go in the future, you know. And then also, like, I would love the idea of prestiging a world. Like, I mean, like, imagine if you conquer Savandun's throne room. And there's a way to prestige the world. You know. Nightmare with the 21 months. Thank you so much. Yeah, kind of like Steel Path and Warframe. Yeah. Me like Kepler. Yeah, but you're gonna need. The problem is like Kepler is such a bad example of this because you're not actually looking at it in the director. You know where I'm coming from? I just think there needs to be something that I pull up my director, or you pull up your director, and you're able to see immediately, like, oh shit, this he's prestiged the moon, Nessus, Dreaming City, Europa, you know, all these different places. You know where I'm coming from? Like it has, you have a lot of ways to showcase your commitment here. The problem with comparing this to Kepler is Kepler's not even here. You know, and it's not, you got to go over, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't even make that comparison. If it had its own spots with some sort of like element of prestiging, you know what I mean? Maybe. And Bungie's also really pulled away from, like, everything is solo instance, your own instance. You know what I mean? Like, they've really pulled away from that. When in reality, we should be going the other direction. How do we get more people on Europa to make it feel alive? How do we make destinations feel larger and more alive? How can we drive more organic interactions with other Guardians out in the world? These are the things that, like, for a D3, that would make it sequel worthy. Jiggle physics? Exactly. That would fix all the problems.
Construction is underway on the new library wing, Warlock.
Strikes or mini strikes that take place in patrol zones or something? Make the portal a social space or part of the tower. Noko with 18 months. Russa with a sub. World bosses with 50 plus guardians fighting it would be so amazing. Yeah. Yeah, that would. That would be amazing. More MMO. Needs to go more in that MMO direction. Their servers would explode. This is the thing that Six wanted me to show you guys. Rare 2011 Destiny dev build concept art. I'm getting Halo Reach vibes from this, dude. Interesting. What? The portal has always been here, man. We can't escape it. Yeah, I don't know. That's a lot of button pressing. That's social area though, right? That's essentially what the tower was originally going to be. That I kind of like it. Got fantasy, you know, elements. Who is this? Who is this girl? Who is this supposed to be? The gardener? Obviously not Mara. Candy Cube with the 9 months. Thank you so much. The audio alone makes it feel more alive. That tower concept looks fire. Yep. Ishtar. Oh. Yeah, that's right. That's right. The map should be the solar system. And you can click on each planet to get the destination. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to just think like, I wish I either open up matchmaking for everything. I part of me wishes there should just always be a way in which you're funneling yourself into meeting other players. You know what I mean? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Ishtar founder. I don't know, Ray. Our patrol zones aren't even big enough to hold a world boss. That too is another thing. I'm really getting to the point where I think Destiny is dead and we're just being unhealthy, bouncing ideas around. Whoa, Stein. Whoa. Whoa. Not all hope is lost. They have learned a lot, and tech makes more things possible. We'll see, man. We shall see. They've learned nothing. Well, they are repeating some mistakes, which is a big concern. That is a big concern. I will doom. My Lord. My Lord. All right, guys. I hate to be cutting the stream short today, but my ass is feeling awful. I'm going to get off of here. I'm going to throw some NyQuil back and then hopefully sleep and just try to see if I can kick this shit, dude. I gotta kick this shit, boys. It is running me down. We'll be back tomorrow though. We'll do the build battle tomorrow. And I don't know, Marathon's about to drop something. They may be dropping some puzzle here soon. I don't know. But we'll see. But guys, y'all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your afternoon. I'll see you in the next one. Bye, everybody.